Testing. All right, we're good now. I knew it, dude. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. You know, the weird part is I double-checked, I triple-checked. It all worked fine. I don't know why. But what is up? We are back. Finals Thursday has returned. That's right. Did you miss it? Right? You were a little bit heartbroken. It was gone for a week. I'm sorry. That's just the way it works. Sometimes we just need to take a little bit of time, a little bit of breathing space to recuperate and get back to business. Because we've got Anatan versus B. We've got Recon versus Scatterbrained. Yes, you heard that correctly. Voldemar got slayed 3-1 by Scatterbrained. Really impressive performance by Scatterbrained. I believe this is his deepest run in the KPMMs, if I'm not mistaken. He's never been in grand finals before. Recon, of course, this will be a deepest run for him as well. One of these two will be breaking a record for themselves. On the other side of the bracket, however, it's kind of wacky to think that we've got Anatan and B bloodbathing each other in semis, because I don't think Recon and Scatterbrained don't mind me saying, it's like when you look at performances, etc. in KPMMs, like those are the two boogeyman. Those are the two most consistently up there alongside the likes of, for example, Wham. So to have one of them eliminated by the other in semis and a different potential outcome, I'm excited for that, man. I'm curious to see what the challenges can bring, right, in Recon and Scatterbrained. Because I think whoever's going to make it through there is going to have to be on top form. There's big question marks, I think, at the moment on B's performance and whether he can actually continue to attain these great results or if it is going to be Anatan central. Because I think Anatan right now, definitely at the moment, looking like the stronger player. But draft already underway, and we can already see the openings. We are going to be getting that Lancaster pick coming through. It's just so good. You can't resist it, right? Outside of that, Byzantine's banned by both. I think I saw a thread recently where someone was asking for Biz to be buffed, and I don't know what the hell they're smoking. Like, Biz is absolutely not in need of buffs. They are a fully functional and capable Civ. They are pretty much first pick all the time. Like, it's very rare that you get past the initial picks, and it's like, oh, it hasn't been picked, right? Because China is always getting banned. If it doesn't, then sure, that'll get picked. But that means if the China isn't being banned, then the player's splitting Byzantines and probably Japan on the other side, or Lancaster. But H3 has fallen a little bit in terms of relevance. I'm not too surprised by that. I think they're a decent Civ. They're just not as good as they once were. They are broadly applicable, but they aren't overwhelmingly potent like they once were. Still, overall, good Civ. And in the hands of these two players, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bunch of Mindwork gameplay coming out, as they both are obsessed with Mindwork. I was gone for so long. I was gone for like a week, bro. Chill. I was even live yesterday, Lee. You missed it. I worked stuff yesterday and had to watch the second half of Cast on YouTube. Elyon versus B Delhi was right. The Delhi game was nuts. The conclusion. What I love is someone had like a question. They're like, what wins, elephants or Sipahi plus Janissary? And then they just start building them. And we're like, what? we're getting exactly what we talked about, and we were talking about how it's weird because that matchup, it kind of flips around when you go into the fourth age, but in the third age, elephants mean pigeons. You lost your pigeon emotions? Emoticons? Emotes? You mean emotes? Is that what you want? You went all the other ways? You took me all the other ways? You know what you can do about that, Arcade? You can subscribe to the channel. Do you want to know why you want to subscribe to the channel? Do you want to know why it's definitely worth it now? They added rewind. You can rewind on Twitch now if you're subscribed to a channel. No cap. You can just pull back a replay and then go live again. I don't know how they came across this technology. I think aliens maybe invaded Earth, but finally, after 15 years of their platform existing, or however long it's been, they have got rewind. Absolutely crazy. But reminder also, by the way, we are working with PC Specialists again, and I just realized how short the brand placement is. Oops, sorry about that. Let me just So remember, guys, if you are on the lookout for a PC, a laptop, an all-in-one, whatever it may be sure to check out PC Specialists. Okay, they support hopefully one of your favorite streamers, so give them some support in kind. If you use my code Pigeon40, you will get £40 off any purchase you make, so definitely worth checking out, and I highly recommend it. This laptop has been going real good for several months now, and it is delivered peak performance, mate. If you guys have been noticing an increase in the quality of the stream, how it looks, etc., it's all because of this. It's going to be a good month. I'm so happy when I was able to sort that. Like when I was talking with PCS and they're like, we would like to explore sponsoring you through to the end of 2026. I was like, boom, get me in there, mate. Because like it's challenging. Like in the current market as a creator, it's challenging sometimes to get long-term sponsorships that back you regularly. So real big belief by them. Hopefully we're able to live up to it. The other one, we've got a really cool integration coming next week. So it'll be on the 9th. You'll want to keep an eye out for that. We've got something pretty cool happening on the 9th. It is a game, or like game IP or whatever you want to say, that I am a huge fan of, that we've got something physical to be checking out on stream. I don't think I've got room to fully flex it, but we'll show it off the best we can. But Warriors getting drafted. Let's have a look at what the picks are going to be. Game number 1. It's going to be Carmel opening, right? And in terms of map selection, they decided to ban out both Socotra and the other one. The other ban. Let me double check. Okay, Socotra and Bazaar. Yeah, I'm not surprised. We're rotating Bazaar out. Bazaar's kind of fun, but like I think it's maybe a little bit too gimmicky right now. People need time to cook, and you need another tournament to get into it, I think. But outside of that, you know, look at these picks. I do rate the French really highly. The fact that I got left at the end is a little bit surprising. Like, Mongols definitely has some good applicability here, though, in the draft, right? In terms of, like, where you could see them, like, Mongols makes a lot of sense for Kalauga. Boldland situation can work. Even a map like Cliffside occasionally is not bad for them. But the other thing that's, like, interesting is that Mongols come out without Byzantinian being available. So what are they really blocking here? Nothing absolutely clear, right? Like, the obvious one is, like, Mongols to block Biz, usually. But outside that, Shushi... Mali opening. I think the Shushi Mali opening is still decent, but it's becoming a little bit dated. And what I mean by that is if I could choose between that or like Lancaster Japan opening, like Japan in particular feels really, really solid. But where Shushi gets a lot of value in this current map draft is that Carmel is the default map. So Carmel plus Dry Arabia, Boldland, there's a lot of good maps for pro scouting, and Shushi is still a king amongst peasants. What? When I'm breaking, didn't care to organize my desk. Why would I go on a break and spend the time organizing my cable? What kind of sad break would that be? Jesus. Anno versus B series injected stuff into them, right? Like the first series of the day that I still can't believe. Like these two are always the ones in the grand finals, it feels like. Especially this week with the lack of Canadian presence. It almost felt like it was meant to be destined. I don't think Dumi played this week either. I think maybe... I don't know, because I think he was moving house recently, right? So maybe he's focused on that. Oh, it's because you wonder if he's a starving college kid, right? Just enjoy trolling himself. So, like, you have a secret begging fetch? Like, we're putting him under the lens now, you know? We've got to assess all possibilities. So... looks like first pick's coming in. Iabid on Carmel. Okay, that like I've been seeing a few Iabid picks here, and it actually doesn't look as weird as you'd think. It sounds weird because, like, are you going to be pro scouting? And if not, why have we picked it? Yeah, but guys, you say up his trolling game, but did you ever consider that's the idea? Like, he doesn't need to up his trolling game because, like, he trolled you by making you think that you didn't know, so you followed it around the loop-de-loop of going through it, you know? Is that my boy from Mystically? What is up, mister? I do feel refreshed, mate. A little bit tanned, apparently. Don't know if it's showing. Sadly, we only had Gyros one day of that week. I'm a bit heartbroken. Oh, left Greece just about time since the weather got cold. Oh, dude, yeah. Like, it was raining one of the days. And it was absolutely pouring it down. Which is unfortunate because it kind of ruined the boat ride plans we had on little Ezra's birthday. 13C now? Yeah, we dodged. Yeah, we dodged, man. We optimized that. But I like the gyros was the peak food, and then the follow-up one would have been these potatoes. Like they had whatever, like I think it's just a heavily olive oil based sauce they were doing. That sauce was freaking delicious. I gorged myself on those potatoes. Like it felt weird because I'm a meat loving guy, you know what I mean? And I'm just sitting there eating potatoes nonstop. I was like potatoes with the feta. I'd have like usually like a cheesy, creamy sauce with it. I visited a lot of countries. Yeah, I'm trying to think like so peak food for me. Do you want to know what the best country on average for food for me was? You never get it. It was Ukraine. It wasn't necessarily just Ukrainian food. It was the quality of the way that they were doing their food. Like the burgers, the pizzas. You know, you even had like Indian restaurants, and they were better than like, you know, the ones that I had anywhere else in Europe. But they were impressive. And I don't know, like, Mister, you ever had borscht? Borscht is properly done. Borscht is like, yeah, like if we're talking kebab type stuff though, I'm going to either Germany or Greece. Lots of livestock veg production. Yep. They also had like I still can't find the wine to this day. It was called like Muscat wine, and it was, I can't seem to get it in the UK. I don't know. It was like probably the best wine I've ever had, and it wasn't expensive either. Thailand's the best for food? I've never been. What was the best sweet thing you ate? Honestly, just the fudge brownies we were having on our desserts was pretty good. The Turkish delight was decent. We had like aniseed flavored and like, is it like clove? I thought it tasted a bit like Coca-Cola. But I'm trying to think actually, like what was the best dessert? Because you had like 3 or 4 desserts every single night to choose from. But like they always loved doing these fairly dense cakes that had like it was almost like, it was a very interesting kind of cream in the middle. Baklava? Nah, it wasn't baklava. I wasn't crazy about the baklava they had. There were some things that hotel just done real bad. So like a perfect example is their baked beans in the morning were horrible. Like, you know what? I basically just fried off of Greek yogurt while I was there. And believe it or not, guys, they don't call it Greek yogurt in Greece. Crazy, I know. Yeah, their baked beans were bad. Really bad. Like that hotel's baked beans were probably the worst baked beans I've had in any hotel. They're really bad. Yeah, we had a chef doing live cooking every single night. We call it yogurt? Exactly. Well, no. It's sometimes called light yogurt, right? Yogurt and light yogurt. I kept having like a strawberry yogurt. It's so good. But what else was that? What was like the other mainstays? I mean, feta, man. Like if I'm in Greece and I'm not eating feta, I'm doing it wrong. Like I kind of wish we went out to restaurants to eat more, but the problem was because it's a tourist island, like the prices are just pathetically ridiculous for every restaurant nearby. Because like what we really wanted to have was Minori cheese covered in honey. Have you guys ever had that? It's incredible. I had it when I went to Athens, and it was one of the best things I've ever tasted. 50 types of feta cheese? Hell yeah, I did. And we had different ones at different times. But guys, you ready? Should we get into it? We can talk more about food between games. And yes, the gyros got his approval. I believe, to quote Mister, that looks Greek as fuck. All right, let's get predictions up. We are so back. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for Midweek Must's return. Grand Finals Thursday upon us, and it's semi-finals time between Anatan and B. These two typically are the ones in the finals, but one will fall victim here so that a new little Spriggan can emerge to maybe be victorious, because we've got Recon and Scatterbrained waiting in the other side of this bracket. A new champion, potentially, or more of the old. Well, one thing's for sure, we're thinning the odds of it being one of the old. Anatan definitely looking a bit more on form right now, chooses the Ibids for Carmel, while B goes for the more predictable. Which sounds very not B, right? B is not really the type of person that is looking to just do the meta, but Shushi is most definitely the meta. He does, however, tend to lean more into Chugnu than most players would, which isn't necessarily a bad thing against Ibids if they try and play the feudal. They call English muffins just muffins in England? I can't remember. We might call them English muffins. Like, we call it a full English breakfast. But it's always funny with that when you've got, like, foods that have the name of a country in it. Then you go to the country, it's like, well, of course they don't call it this, right? Like, how how egotistical would you have to be to call it Greek yogurt in Greece? Gyros chicken strips in your Lidl. Okay, that's curious. Like, the thing that I quite like getting is in our Iceland's in... just to clarify, because that's a shop. That's not Iceland the place. Iceland is a supermarket in the UK. And they have kebab meat. Frozen kebab meat. And it's actually, like, it's pretty good. Like, by proper kebab standards, it's not great. But, like, by British kebab standards, it is. Because, you know, I'm gonna illuminate British people right now. Our kebabs suck. They really suck. Compared to like German kebabs, because Germany's got all the Turkish kebab shops, and then like Greek, it just doesn't come close. Speaking of things that don't come close though, Anotand is running away with the sheep count. This man might be channeling Greek, because they're the only people I know that love lamb that much. We have got a little bit of catch up now coming through from B. It looks like he did find some additionals in the corner, so not as worse for wear as expected, but it's still going to be 12 to 18. This is to be expected. Reminder that Iabids, they're an Arabic civ, so they start on the berries. They don't start on the sheep, right? So they don't need to come back as soon, and they don't eat into it as quickly. But this is really important that Anatan does get a lot of sheep, because if you don't want to have to go pro scouts, you're going to need to be 20 sheep plus just to have enough pump. You can eventually plant the flanks, but the problem here is like it's against Shushi. You know they're probably going to try to ramp up in terms of age quickly. Good news at least is usually if they're rushing age, they're playing into lancers, and you have camels to counter that. Medigarden coming through though. Looks like a pretty decent one, actually. Like, if wood is your priority, for sure. This is going to be probably 40-ish wood, 25 gold. Shame to miss out on the food, though. Like, just a little bit further north. Just so much food there. But that's the thing about this map. Like, when you know you're going for the Pro Scouts play, you don't care. You don't need this, right? You don't need to get your hands on the berry food. Because there is something like 15,000 food of deer on this map. It's ridiculous. A friend of yours loads his entire car with locally made olive oil when he goes to Greece. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish I got some of that. But, like, once again, I don't know. The problem is, like, I don't like going to touristy islands when I go on holiday. But at the same time, because we have little kids, it probably makes sense to do it. Because we went to Menorca last year, which is just... if you love Spain, or if you want to visit Spain, don't visit Menorca. Menorca is not Spain. Menorca is a tourist house for British people. And Zakifos kind of has the same problem. Like, it's basically, it's targeting British and Dutch people. Right? Like, there was even a restaurant called The Frying Dutchman. That says everything it needs to. But yeah, so, like, I remember we'd go through the airport, and they had, it was ridiculous. I should take a picture of it. It was just a giant canister of olive oil. I think it was like 5 liters for 100 euros. I was like, what? Nah, we ain't doing that. Okay, so she count 24 overall. This is pretty damn good for Anatan. Yeah, I think he done good. Pro Scout score's going to be coming from B. It's just your normal play that you'd expect here. I think we were like a little bit out from live, so we'll fast forward for just like, 30 seconds or so. Do we have predictions up? We do. 80% likelihood of Anatan winning. A lot of people believing in the Dervish opening. Yeah, the Dervish used to be good for the deer shove. He's going to do a little bit of it now because there's nothing else to do with him, as this is a fast castle build. I think, like, this is the thing. Dervish can be used for long feudal for aggro, right? But most of the time, we're just seeing Dervish now used for these fast castle builds. It does make sense. Shushi is a civ that wants the fast castle too. Relics is a huge priority target for them due to the eventual pagodas that gives them 250 resources per minute. Oh, and by the way, all this talk of going places getting cheaper, like, it's funny we're talking about Arabics as well. So our taxi driver back from the airport was from Iraq. And he was talking about, like, in the car that he's taking us back in, he'd just done a trip, a driving trip all the way across Europe with his family, down into Iraq. And I was like, sure. He was saying that when he was at home, he could get, I think it was like, he got 20 gallons of petrol or whatever for like £6. It's like 5p, it was like 5p a gallon, whatever. It was really cheap. I was like, you should just attach a giant, giant tub to the back of the minivan and just driven home your own petrol. But the funny little hack, if you guys want to know a good one, is actually going to Poland for alcohol. So Polish alcohol is absurdly cheap in Europe. So if you're like in the UK, getting a Polish return ticket is maybe going to be, you can probably get like 40, 50 pounds, right? And I remember I was in the airport and we were waiting to fly back. I was with the Rocket League guys and I had a look at some of the booze. I was like, is that price right? I'd found, and it like the vodka you'd expect to be cheap, but I found Scotch. It was Irish Scotch. And it was £5, I think. Which, for reference, like even cheap Irish Scotch, like a litre bottle of that is going to run you 20+ pounds. So yeah, you know, there's a little tip for people that want to just, you know, destroy their liver cheaply. So, something interesting happening here. We've got Industry Wing coming in for Anatan. Yeah, so is this going to be a 2 TC build? That's pretty smart, actually. The idea would be that you set up a TC on the deer, and that locks you in extra resources for down the line, right? The alternative is you just start off opening up with extra production buildings. You have the wood to do so. But, like, he's already gathered enough wood to have double stables at this pacing, I think. So I'm not sure if that's really necessary. Definitely genuine? Yeah, it was. I think it was, I've got it, like, here. It's called Hanky Bannister. I mean, it tastes exactly like whiskey. Like crap. Anatan also... Wait. Is this 2 TC in the center of the map? No way. I don't think he has the timing for that. It can't be. B just teched up. Mountain Academy in. And remember, he can just start pumping lances now. I think this is just an anchor point over the gold because he understands that for both these civs, gold will make the world go round. Oh, took out complete Anatan. Double relic. And look at that. Instantly clicks it. He was waiting for it. First Camel Lancer already in queue. And it's... What? It's a Gulam build. Wait, is it? Or is it just spears? You'd think spears because you'd expect lancers, no? But like it might just be his read is perfect. No, it is going to be spears. Okay. Because like the funny thing is B is spamming Spearman right now. So Gulam would have been not a terrible idea. Now the good news for Anno is he can still add in a few Gulams. It's worth doing just to club down the spears, but quad racks is incredible. What? And we already have the stone being allocated into the emplacement. So we've got the outpost fortification as well as the spring emplacement coming in. Okay, he cancelled one of the Raxes. I was about to say 4 Raxes is a bit wild. Remember this difference in Scotch alone? Okay, well, I'm going to fix like your belief that you can Scotchify me. I've had, is it called McKellen's? Is the one that Americans love, right? I had 20-year-old McKellen's several years ago at an event in Moscow. And it was McKellen's, by the way, because like basically the esports company was owned by an oligarch. And it just tasted like any whiskey to me. So yeah, that type of booze is wasted on me. Good start for Camel Lancers. Good start to the Castle Age for Anatan in general. 4 relics soon. B, he's already switching up, going into crossbowman, but I mean, Anatan, if he just spams spears, he can beat all this. Now Spearman wins. Veterancy's already been queued up for him. And also remember, he has got Sultan's Mamelukes, which wouldn't be a bad call with Mass Spearman. What a different approach, man. I was not expecting this. You got a £250 bottle of champagne when you got hitched and it tastes like £5 wine. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I remember there was like a deep dive talk about this, like restaurants and their wine prices, right? And how outrageously overinflated they are. And when you go with like a wine connoisseur and they think they're ordering really good stuff, like they're probably not. Yeah, I remember working one event in my first year in Dota 2, and one of the talents at the time, Blitz, is now coach for Liquid. I remember he spent probably everything he earned at that event on just buying bottles of Dom for the crew. Freaking wild. I love what he said though. I remember he said at the time, he was like, if I ever need more money, there's always other things I can go do in life. But creating memories like this is priceless. What memory this game's going to be? It's just Matt Spears. I would love to actually just see Anatan prep into Springalds. Springalds to clear the spears. I mean, you could just go Manjaniques as well. Like, actually getting 5 or 6 Manjaniques does the same thing, really. Because it's a scatter across, like, 40-plus units, right? And these aren't fast-moving units. They won't be able to address Manjaniques easily. So as long as you keep spamming spears alongside it, it works. And, I mean, with a 5 relic haul behind it, you can definitely afford siege. For now, though, his focus is on getting the camel count up because what he wants to try and do is exploit B being exposed. Like, you know, he's going to have to spread out for gold pretty quickly here. He's already tapping the back 1600, and then it's going to be forward resources and wide. That's when camel lancers can strike. Meanwhile, for Anatan, because he didn't just spam non-stop camels only, and because he has 5 relics, he has a lot more leeway with urgency moving towards gold. So I actually had like an unopened bottle of Polish vodka from my 18th birthday until a few weeks ago when my son decided to pull it off a shelf and break it. He's fine. The bottle is. Camels now marching around the back. Won't be able to sneak in that easily. I mean, B can just burn down this outpost, even though it's fortified. This is a lot of spear spam. And Anno currently is not in position to say anything about it. They've got to sneak out onto the berries on the deer. We knew this moment was coming. Like, it's actually a weird trade-off. We mentioned that Anno doesn't have to come out for gold, but he does have to come out for food. In some ways, you have less options there. Right? There's only 2 food options, realistically, area-wise, whereas gold options, there's usually 3 or 4. Camel's still not able to find a sneak in. In fact, they're just getting sacked here. Just like the outpost. So B now has a pristine opportunity to take control of the central gold. Army size difference is kind of wild, actually. Like, army value, like, everything is basically against Anatan. This is the crazy thing. It's a 5 relic game when he finally drops it in. But you're starting to see just how ridiculous Pro Scouts is, aren't you? Pro Scouts plus Supervision achieves this. Right? It's the 2 together. The gathering speed on deer with 20% more on drop-off creates this situation. The food difference is nuts. Anatan has just about the same amount of people on food, but plenty less food income per minute. Now B will dive in the base. Well, this is perfect. Mass crossbowman in a choke point fight. Dervish healing is going to be necessary to try and sustain throughout this, but weird pathing will get rid of that. Camel Lancers now with the backstab. Crossbowman are going to turn onto them. No start step away. B realizes he doesn't need to because Anatan is just getting deleted here. Yeah, this is brutal, man. The regional inspection and just allowing way too much pump here. The idea from Anatan was cool, like just using all that extra wood to mirror up the production rates of Shushi. And he's not wrong in theory, but what he forgot in practice is that it's one thing to even up the production rate, it's another thing to afford it. And when you're against Shushi in an eco war, that is not a world in which Ibids come out victorious. Yeah, that was a quick slapping. So early lead for Shushi. I mean, we expect Shushi to be the favored civ there, right? Like we did say, Carmel, really, really good map for them. But it's cool to see Anatan trying to experiment different. What's the use of these spears? Did Anatan expect there to be knights? Yes. But also, because you build camel lances, right, which can stop it as well. But like, the other thing is like, say your opponent goes crossbowman, spearmen are actually decent against crossbowmen. I think really what Anatan needed was a little bit more time and then get into Manjaniques. He never found his way into Manjaniques. Why do I have a camera on my keyboard? Because it shows off all this cool gear you should get your hands on. Not the keyboard, but good old Stream Deck. And also, this laptop from PC Specialist. A big shout out to them. This beast right here is powering all the setup. Yeah, we have the camera to show it off. And why not? Also means I can get judged for my cable. Exclamation mark cables. Alright, so game number 2. It's going to be Kalauga. Potential for a quick strike back. It is going to be a Knights Templar pick. Against Mongols. Oh, I need to get some caffeine. Dude, my Red Bull guy still hasn't sent anything over. I don't know what's happening. So I'm making do with like sampled powdered stuff that other brands sent me to try. It's alright. Like our Red Bull, you know. Are you guys ready for this? Let's get to it. I need to flip the score, don't I? This Civ feels like one of the most controversial ones in Age of Empires 4. Knights Templar. How do you balance them for water and land? It has been the eternal question because so often we get into these type of games and we just watch them roll over people. Curious to see what B can do to prove that they're not OP. Because we have got a Mongol pick. A pick that, in fairness, when you look at its performance in competitive, it's been holding its own, actually. While it's not an OP pick by any means, hasn't been for a long time. Mongols, time and time again, seems to find a way through. So we'll have to see if it's good enough to break the broken Civ. Kalauga is an interesting map, though, folks. Knights Templar definitely gets some value here, but it's not insane off-the-charts proper water that we're talking about. It's subtle water. We're also on a map that has actually historically been very kind to Mongols, courtesy of the Magadai openings, which are great at harassing these looser tree lines that you get on this map. And he's going to start with the deer shove in, though, so looks like he might be prioritizing a fast tech up, which makes sense. You can technically get into a spear spam war against Mongols. I've seen Knights Templar do it fairly well, but it's just a lot safer to take the tech up first and then go for your pond play afterwards so you don't risk things getting burnt down. And B, probably a good thing for him, actually, that he doesn't need to invest more because this is a terrible location for wood. Ay. I mean, he's got straggler trees over here, right? And if this is a Magadai opening, you don't need wood, you just need food and gold. But this also just means that, like, getting fishing set up would be very difficult. What an odd spawn. I mean, in fairness to B, he didn't really have many better options. Like, he could have pushed towards the back deer and then played the back gold. I guess that would have worked as well. And on the other side, Hospitaller coming in. Yeah, Hospitaller has just been taking over in popularity gradually, right? I think we still probably have a bit of bias towards Kingdom of France. I think sometimes people just habitually go Kingdom of France. We've seen plenty of games where people don't even build in the Chevalier. These are games where you just regret doing it because Hospitaller would have at least given you an eco benefit by essentially giving you wheelbarrow. And wait, did B... Oh, words. He's one short. Yeah, good eyeballs by Fablab. I legit think he was looking for that. Because those that don't know, on the back end, this probably has like 149.9 or something like that. Because the front end works in like, well, it'd be less. It'd be like 144.4 or whatever. The front end works in flat integers, whereas the back end uses floats. Deer stone. Now going to be coming in. B will go back to chop that last little piece of wood. Not many people on gold, though, so I'm starting to wonder if this is actually going to be Magadai. Anno, wow, wasting no time. Already marches out for the dog, but also simultaneously gets the pilgrims underway. Yeah, he did not skip a beat. I mean, makes sense. With the way that B's played this, he has no aggro to play at all, right? He's also going to struggle to do multi-unit transitions because let's say he wants to go into archers instead. That's going to require wood. You're going to have to move out for that. Let's say you want to set up stables. Let's say you want to do double stables. You know, you're going to need a 300 wood for that. Like, there's not enough nearby, realistically. Because also, if I'm not mistaken, B, he only got 6 sheep. So there's a likelihood he'll need to go pastures as he's not going fishing. Wait, what? What the? Wait, what? Huh? What just happened? Huh? Wait, Wait, where are you going? He just walks over like, I don't like the smell of this one. No, the stench of the water not so good. We go different. What? Yeah, but wait. Even if he changed the location, that would only work on the next pilgrim. So did he find some sort of interval where as he touched the site, he changed and then it forced a reallocation? Because he's not getting extra gold from this. He's getting 83. That's a really weird pilgrim bug. What? Wait, no. Wait, what? Oh my god, no. Dude, what? That's a disaster. I can't believe this, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Is B really going to go 2 up because of this? It's happening with all of them. Oh my god. This is disastrous, man. Like, Anatan, this is meant to be his free win. I can't believe that. I mean, do we have our admin around? Because I feel like you should be allowed a re for that. But the problem is if they wait too long, they can't call for a remake. Okay, no. They've gone in now. They've actually got... Wait, no. Okay, it's working. What was that? I'm so confused. Okay, no, this is fine. So, guys, the thing to keep in mind here is mathematically, Anatan has not missed out on resources. He missed out on timing, but he hasn't missed out on resources. You get what I mean? Because, remember, the pilgrims just keep pumping every minute. So, like, he's not lost gold. He's lost timing on his gold, which has a negative impact of, like, if you get something later in a game, it's less valuable sort of thing, right? Like, you know, having an extra 100 resources at minute 4 versus minute 6, difference, right? But he did at least not lose out on resources. It's not like a trader going back and forth for not trading. Okay, so Anatan will just secure the wood line. He's going into archers now. Stable's being added in as well. B is just mass manga dying. I can't, like, what? Because I get the idea that war should cause that. So it must be, and pause that thought, we'll talk about it in a second, because archers are being forced to defend here. Should be good enough to hold this off, though. Remember, 2 of these Khan hunters, they don't hit as hard. And the Magadai just trying to stay far away. Yeah, the tricky part here for Anno, he needs to get a pony out. Just one would be good enough. He has got on the way. P just microing to shift away from this. Second wave of Magadai coming in. That should force idle time migration. Now, Anno, remember, he has the movement speed, he has the extra health, but against Magadai, you're still going to die fast here. Villager goes down. 2 kills so far for B. Now, the thing I was going to say is I think what's happening here, and whoopsie on the rally, is that if the pilgrim spawns on the far south side, I think he's clipping the water in a way that he goes into the boat. But because he goes into the boat when he's on the edge of the sacred site, it doesn't register that he's at the sacred site. Does that make sense? It's doing a weird... There it is. There it is again. It just done it again. What? This is ridiculous. I mean, that was like, I don't even understand why that would do that at that point. That's ridiculous. I mean, surely Anatan must have noticed by now. There's no way he hasn't noticed. Yeah, this needs to be clipped and shipped. Clip it so we can send it to the devs. I can't believe that. I know. In fairness to him, his position isn't atrocious right now. They've both got fishing set up. The Magadai are going to prove annoying on the flanks on the docks. And the Deerstone is moving into position. Yeah, he's just peeled off 2 Magadai, so he'll be able to snipe down the Pilgrims. And remember, these Pilgrims are faster and have more health, and they still just get slapped down like this. Oh, this is brutal. Could Anno wall more? I mean, he's got the right idea, but like trying to wall this map, very difficult in the early phases. Like, it's one thing to wall this backside, it's another thing to be able to wall out towards the dock locations. I love that he left the worker out here, though. This is such an underrated thing about Knights Templar. You don't need to walk back. Walk your villagers somewhere that they should never get seen, and just start gathering up. I'm keeping an eye on my messages. I have not received anything from Anno or B on it. Because the other thing is, they could have technically paused and then queried admins on this. So Anno is just going with the flow at this point. And rack switch up. So he's not adding in Hospitaler full, right? I guess a few for healing's pretty nice, but like long term it feels pretty rough. I like the idea of one for... Yeah, there you go. Dude, that's really cool. All the injured villagers, he's just topping them off. That's a nice little detail. Gold now being secured on the backside. Horseman plus the scout again checking on what B's up to. B is ready for castle. I can't believe that. It's so inconsistent as well on the bug occurring. Like, it feels as if they've been going to the same location, but they just haven't been always transferring. I think... I'm starting to think it is something to do with when he changes pilgrim destination as well. It's the only thing that can make sense to me. Yeah, so, like, because he's not changing pilgrim destination, they keep going to the same place. But sometimes he was switching, right? And I think when he'd switch and it would do the boat thing, they'd then get out of the boat and then they'd think they were going to the other one. So it's like, it's a bug, but it's also, and someone can go back and double, triple check this if you want. It's a bug, but I think it's also a bug caused by a certain interaction by the player. It's still really weird. Okay, actually switch up now from B. Step readout is on the way. Double outpost already set for Anno. Oh my god. Anno, please. Okay, he's watching. Wait, is he? There you go. Yeah, he's just trying to bait B in a little bit deeper. Anno's not too far behind on potential tech timing here. I'm a little bit worried, though, that he's like massing archers into Keshiks. He has got a few spearmen in the mixer, so should feel relatively safe. And the position. Anno, he's already in. Finds the workers. Tech up just completed, but B needs to run for his life here. -3 already. He will garrison the town. Now, Anatan doesn't have a lot of burn power. It's not going to be the quickest kill. But if he camps here for 5 workers, it could be absolutely worth it. Dive in from the Magadai. They did find a few worker kills themselves, however. And B, he's still being chased. Anatan getting ready to dive the main TC. The Magadai, they go into the main, though. Migration towards the town center. It's a messy game, but looks like Anatan is getting the better end of it. Few extra worker kills here. The Magadai go down, and the GG comes in. He can't. The worker losses, it's not enough. Even with the bug, even with the issues, Knights Templar still will take that win. Oh, we have to give the remake to Anna. He don't need no remake. Remakes are for pussies. Just win it. God damn. Anno Chad. What a legend. That was wild. It's a short game, but I legit think that just gets uploaded. Just because of the thing. Hey, what's up, George? Appreciate the rose, mate. Thank you, and welcome. What's in that drink? Pure energy? Nah, dude. That's just like, that's in my veins already, baby. That's 100% just the KP way. Whew. Look at me, I need to button up my shirt a little. Look like a hussy. Alright. What if B won? This is where, like, these type of things, when you're concerned about it, like, especially when it's the live one, you pause and you query an admin. Because if you go for the end of the game and you lose, it makes it a lot harder to, like, rule in your favor. All right, so up next, Borderland, we've got Delhi versus Ottomans. I like this matchup. I like it a lot. Dude, these games have been quick so far, though. Goodness gracious. Already an eventful day. All right, we've had the drama for finals first day. Now we need the epic game. Let's see if this one can deliver it. Green on green. 2 civs that are not pristine Pro Scout civs on a Pro Scout map. B with the Delhi and Atan with the Ottomans. This matchup at the absolute highest level can be pure cinema. So get your popcorn, get parked in, and let's see if the boys can deliver. Oh, and it's going to be a fun one to see them delivering in, because let me update that. It is 1-1. Anatan able to overcome what looked like a game-crippling bug to still come out victorious. We now head into a map that features more deer than standard maps. This is Borderland. Usually, this map features Pro Scout civs a lot. French comes to mind, Mali, Shushi, Chinese, so on and so forth. HRE as well. These two are not Pro Scouting civs. Delhi do it over time, but they aren't targeting Pro Scouts to their win con. It's just habitual with this civ. You get everything for free, so you'll get it eventually. Ottomans do not Pro Scouts. There was a time where some players were experimenting with it. BU actually was one of the players doing it a lot, but it never really felt consistent or reliable. So yeah, this one should just turn into an interesting bloodbath. I mean, Delhi is a curious choice here. You know, it can work quite well. There's only 2 sacred sites, but they're really close together, which allows you to get a win condition rolling really fast. But I do believe that Ottomans can actually have Delhi's number at the absolute highest level. With clean execution on both sides, like Ottomans, the Sipahi just gives them a phenomenal edge in what's a fairly close matchup. If this, however, goes into Castle and beyond, I think we'll be cooking a very different style of game. We already had this happen once this week with B on his Delhi up against Elyona's Ottomans, where he was able to overcome the threat by massing elephants in the castle. Yeah, so I think for Anno, you know, if you're going to let your opponent get to castle, or if it's going to happen, you need to make sure you have a clear edge. Best thing you can try to do is drag this longer in the feudal age. And Anatan already has impressed us this week with his Ottomans up against Sordov. He had a fantastic showing of just how valuable Sipahi are in starving your opponent out in a game. In fact, it was on this very map up against HRE. Hell of a game. So, opening is going to be the military school. Makes sense. Your opponent's going to want to go Ghazi, so just having a few free spearmen isn't a bad thing. Also means in the meantime, you can either just try to harass their gold to slow down the scholar production, or even consider a deer shove-in. Looks like Anatan is going for the former, though. More workers across the gold. So B knows the threat is coming. He did scout it early. He wants to gather enough here, preferably to get up to, what, 3 scholars? 4 would be great. I don't know if he's going to have the timing for 4, though. In fairness, it is only 1 spearman right now. Sheep haul? Pretty good. 18 sheep for B. Anatan actually didn't do too bad himself, though. Yeah, 14, considering he was eating sheep for the last 3 minutes, is really good. Madrissa is going to give him a lot more lifeline in his base, which is critical here when you remember that the other civ is eventually going to get access to Pro Scouts, right? So it does feel like food-wise, B should have a lot more safety at home because he can pull the deer home without investing 450 resources to do so. Wow, this spearman is just so impactful. So it is actually impactful is the weird thing. He didn't pay anything for this. It's just a matter of military school over time. But like what it's doing is it's idling out the scholar, which is screwing over B's efficient timing into things like piety to make his scholars more tanky. He did already get military efficiency, so it's not the end of the world. Like military efficiency is the #1 important thing to get. Yeah, it does look comical just watching. It's like, what is my role? What is my goal in life? Your goal is to stop the scholar reading books. Oh my god. Even with 2 spears, it's so annoying to get this kill. He got what he needed, actually. More than enough, right? Is that enough gold for an additional? It is? Okay, he's as happy as can be. 5 scholars? That's more than ideal. That's perfect. That'll get him his timings. That'll get him good tech timings, but will also get him the military efficiency on his buildings. Speaking of efficiency, Anatan wants to make that military school better, so blacksmith already coming in. Remember, this buffs the production rates of all nearby military buildings. That does include the military schools. Power Victory needs a buff. please, no. Why are we talking about Delhi buffs before nerfs? While it's fun to watch the elephants, can we all just agree the elephants are not balanced? I think we can all agree on that, right? Like, last time I checked, everyone in my chat is sane. Well, I mean, you pass your time by watching me, so it's debatable, but I think you're all sane. None of us think that, like, Mass War Elephants is balanced, right? Right? First the Ghazi queued up. Anatan, man, he's got racks. This is... Okay, dude. I don't think B's expecting this. When you play this matchup, Ottomans typically just go Sipahi because Sipahi can fight Ghazi fine. He has scouted it, right? No, he hasn't seen the racks directly. But he should notice the count of spearmen's maybe a little bit fishy soon. Right, like military school wouldn't get you this many spearmen, or at least it shouldn't really. That's true. We should be able to target, like, if you just click it correctly, you should be able to target the pilot of the elephant. And then what happens is the elephant just goes crazy and attacks anyone. That was high value gains from Anatan. Already sniping a Ghazi. And B, I mean, dude, this is ambitious. What are we doing here? I don't think it's even worth trying to gradually club down the spearman. Just accept the transition. Instead, B, he switches into racks. Oh my god, he got baited initially, but it's going to work out. Look at what Anatan's doing. It's a bait and switch from him. Double stables now. So B isn't taking the bait. Really great read from him. If he went archers right now, it's complete disaster. Because archer plus Ghazi against Sipahi spears, not going to be a pretty look. Not when there's already this much of a disadvantage on the spear count. Already with the imams. That's the one thing I'm worried about for Anatan here, for B rather. And yeah, there you go, he's fixing it. Because with the imams coming, you need archers. If you don't have them, you can't fight. Because remember, you need a way of sniping the AoE healing aura of Ottomans. Archers from both players. I don't know, the opening kill has definitely put him ahead. Pro Scouts is almost ready. That's when B will get nice inflation safely in his base, which is important because he's trying to play upfield for those sacred sites, which means he can't really keep troops at home to defend. And the issue with that is, as this game goes deep into Feudal Age, that Sipahi wave gets bigger, your opponent's going to be trying to dive your base, because Sipahi are phenomenal raiders. This looks like a fairly even fight until you remember that one side has 2 melee armor. This is why B is reluctant to even try and engage until he has the archers. The melee armor is just making his life so hard. That's coming in. B, rush. I mean, I understand the urgency as well. With the Vizier points, with the military schools, you know your opponent's inflating. Class coming through. Scholars, I love that. He front lines with them. B, buying a little bit of time off of that. Maybe not enough. No, he's just can't stand up against this. The melee armor is just too good. This is bonkers. Man, and you see how good Ottomans can look in this matchup. It's the feudal. You know, people always talk about how dominant Delhi are in Feudal Age, but I think Ottomans take the cake, and this series is taking no time at all. Another game done in under 15 minutes. Freaking what? Was this 8 minutes? 9 minutes? 9 minutes and 10 seconds to dismantle the Delhi. No elephant fun time to be had here. I'm going to message the others to make sure they're ready. Like, bro, I know I said I had someone to beat tonight. I get you guys being thoughtful, Antan and B, but, like, you have a proper game. It's okay. And yes, you can go back on Twitch streams now. They added that as a feature. So subscribe to the channel. Use your Prime sub if you got it. Whatever type of sub, it'll get you access to the rewind option. So you can just go back and forth on the timeline. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so next up we got Mali versus Japanese. Hey, this matchup feels like a roller coaster ride with Japan sometimes. The amount of different unit transitions that you can often see from them is wild. And yes, rewind is only for subs. I think it's time for you to subscribe. Yeah, the bug was to do with the movement back and forth between the sites for pilgrims. Yo, what's up, Rectum? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate it. Remind you, by the way, guys, it is the start of the month. A lot of you will have Prime subs. You need to remember to use them across on Twitch. Link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch, and you'll have a free subscription to give to a channel. Hopefully this one. It does not automatically resubscribe with that system. You have to manually do it each month. So remember, when you come in, to check that, and be sure to drop the subs here. You could have rewinded stream anyway if the streamer had VOD enabled. Yeah, but that's tedious as all hell. That's pretty tedious, though. Whereas now, you can literally just on the timeline, in one, just do it. I want to know what happened to the other 93 Rectimus, to be honest. And yes, you are right. You had to wait. Sometimes the VOD was delayed on buffering through. So there's multiple reasons why this is a big improvement. And people can be like, pay. It's like, yeah, you pay like, if you're in America, it'd be what, $6? For 120 plus hours of entertainment? That's a pretty good deal. Alrighty, let's get to it. I need to flip them around, don't I? I don't think I ever remember these two having such fast games so consistently. It's B versus Anatan time. We're here in the semi-finals, back with midweek muster. And the average game length so far is 10 minutes. Surely this is one that goes a bit... He's Dark Age rushing. Yeah, this is going to be a quick series. It balances out though, right? I'm sure Scatterbrain and Recon will be 3 hours long, and then we'll be fine and good to go. Yeah, it's been wild actually how quick these ones have been. B, and he may have started the series off well, but things are quickly unraveling. Honestly, I think that Anatan kind of baited him with that opening pick. Remember, the series began with Shushi for B winning. And it's all been downhill since then. Even with a ridiculous bug that should have crippled Anatan, he was able to get a win in game 2. Follow up in game 3. And now he finds himself on match point. Realistically, a matchup where it could occur as well. I mean, I think Malians can do very good against Japanese as the game goes deeper, courtesy of sofa spam. But Japan's been getting much better at these early game timings. And let me just pause this for a second because we've got a weird buffer lag. I think Japan's been getting a lot better at these early game timings in Dark and Feudal Age. Love to see this as well, by the way. It's going to be a play onto the berries immediately from Anatan, just allowing him to get that better gathering rate. He already has level 1 wheelbarrow, which means that he's gathering quicker from this than he does from sheep. That's a smart play by Anatan, because what it means is that his scout, and you can see it by the path, doesn't have to come home as quickly. That's really important because he needed to know where the spin were going to try and hit the timing. And now it means that afterwards, his scout can stay out a lot longer to gather additional sheep. Unfortunately for him, this is going to be the good old Mali encounter. Outpost, plus the mill drop, and no damage to be done here. The good news, at least for Anatan, though, is look at where the gold have spawned. You know, Fablab, I think he just baited himself. He said, really good spawn for Malian. The initial gold vein, yes. The secondary and third? Yeah, like, this is kind of rough. They're all steering north side. At least the deer is split. If this is a Pro Scouts game, B will have a way of sneaking out towards them. Wait, is he shoving the deer to the edge of the map? No, he's just splitting them up, okay. So just in case it's a mill drop play, I mean, it shouldn't be anyway. I was really hoping he was just going to push them all to the very edge and stab them, because sometimes you just don't notice that. Not great, but tree lines can be good in walls. Yeah, like mid-game, he's got great tree lines for walling, right? But early game is pretty exposed. The good news, at least, of playing Malians is that even if you're pretty exposed in the early game, you're probably third hardest civ in the game to dive in the early game. Like, number one is, what, English? I think China can be really annoying as well for certain matchups. But Mali, because of the unit comps they build into typically, they're very hard to enter the base of. Right? Mass Donze, Mass Javelin, that's 100% unit comp of 2 unit types that attack from range. Crystal House now coming in from Anno, so pretty much what we'd expect here. His spawn isn't too bad, by the way. The berries are pushed into the backsides. He's also got tree lines he can work with. He also has an insane amount of game up here. Double deer plus the boar. So if this is not a pro scout game, this is a prime piece of real estate to play towards for Anatand. What's that Kura storehouse? A back Kura, so that he just doesn't have to worry about early harassment. He doesn't, so like, I actually don't mind this from Anno. The thought process here will be that you build the Kura storehouse in the tree line. When you, A, definitely want to go Yumi, B, also worried about being attacked. But with Malians, you're usually expecting them to just do cow or pro scouts, not attack you. So you should get away with looser farms. However, if B does start opening up with Sofa, this is now quite a big problem. Will B just delete the outpost eventually? Possibly. Like, once he feels safe, you can get rid of it if you need a mining camp instead. Sometimes it's nice to just keep it as a defensive option, especially if it's where your Fulani's going to be, just so that you have extra safety for your workers. I know. I'm starting to wonder, wait, this isn't... No, I was about to say, there's no way. Like, he had so much gold, I was like, is this pro scouts? That makes more sense. We've got wheelbarrow level 2 plus the broad axe. So he will be switching across on the tree line hard. So likely we're seeing Yumi here. I mean, he still has 5 on gold. That's a lot of people, but it would make sense for prioritizing Steel Dara and Undermesh. But it doesn't feel like that's where we're going. Otherwise, he would have already queued it up with the amount of wood he has. So it is starting to feel a little like a fast castle build from Anno. Has he gone for the... Yeah, he's already upgraded them. So the Warrior Scout hits pretty hard here. Anno is being punished for the greed. Daimo's coming in. Did he tap some stone? He did. He gathered 50 stone. That's cool. So there's the other reason for the Kura storehouse placement. It allowed him to get extra stone from over here and drop it off straight away. And if you want to be really lean and efficient, the follow-up play then is you put a villager on the farm from the 5, and then you seek shelter with the other 4, and then pull them out the other side. So there's some really cool details you can do here to actually be a lot more efficient about that movement. Imagine he'd done it. Yumi now getting queued up. So it is going to be a pressure point timing. Makes sense with what we talked about. When you reach Castle and beyond, the Sofa play is actually really strong into even Japan. So Anno's just trying to leverage the earlier age. And speaking of Sofa, you know, this has been a recurring theme at the moment. As a lot of players have steered away from Javelin Donzos into Sofa as the backbone. Sofa Archer here. Interesting matchup into the Spear Yumi. Second pit mine now to be established. Anno. No. Come on. Okay, he's going to see it now. Right? No. That's ridiculous. The scout just runs for it due to the warrior scout. So B is actually getting away with this. That's ridiculous. I'm a bit surprised Anatan wasn't patrolling between the two fully, actually. Getting the bannerman before the first Yumi is kind of wild. In fairness, I think something that gets slept on is like the Yumi bannerman. Like, sure, he's pricey, 130 compared to 60. But he's also very tanky, actually. He has over double the health of a standard Yumi. Even more so when you consider he has armor, the 1-1. Right, so there's actually a decent amount of damage mitigation in there. So far. I know, this is going to get annoying. Yeah, too heavily injured to have to circulate villages now. The good news is he already has Tawara. He went for the double tech into wheelbarrow, so he has extra movement speed just to shuffle them around. It's still annoying, though. Spear Yumi Mass is bulking up, but Anatan is bulking resources as well. So just wants to kind of have one hand in the cookie jar just in case you can snatch something away and go for a greed play. Yumi are going to find a worker. Nicely done. With that movement speed, the village is just toast. Shouldn't be able to get away. Yeah, he'll even end up sacking his archer now as well. Loses the scout? Oh, that's a bit rough, I know. Yeah, he got a bit greedy there, so he's riding a bit blind. Yumi can at least see where they're going, though. It's just, it means you can't quickly now check around the back. Right, you wouldn't send one Yumi to scout the backside, for example. He does find the pit mine. So Anatan, it seems like his win con's probably like, what, get around 30 Yumi and then look for castle would make a lot of sense here. We've seen that play quite a lot for the Japanese. Spearman outnumbered here. I'm a little bit surprised B isn't just gunning for it, but it gets awkward if you can't get the A clicks onto the Spearman consistently. They could just slowly whittle you down, which would be a great trade for Anatan, just sacking Yumi to keep Spearman going in the fight. A little bit of overexposure there. Does end up starting to lose them. One Spearman down already. Sofa continue to give chase. Only the Warrior Scout lost so far, and the Spearman have the front, but it's not going to look pretty here. No, the Sofa's charge pass. B now on the chase. Anatan, this is the problem with the one hand, the cookie jar motion. When you're set up to be counterplayed like this by Mass Sofa, you're just setting yourself up for despair. Tries to shuffle away, but it's just not working. He's taking a few Sofa with him, so minimizing the follow-up damage, sure, but surely you have to reinvest after this, right? Yeah, there you go. He queues up more. I am actually impressed that Anatan still has this much reserve resource. Like, I thought he'd have to go for the age up. And hello, Mum. No presents for me at Christmas? I don't get the presents now. My kids do. Do you not know how parenthood works? It's a scam. Just like these Sofa are a scam. I'm kind of shocked at how quickly they're dying. Well, it's the blacksmith text, right? Like, B, he rushed the timing. He never had undermesh. Like, this should have been easy for Sofa, but without undermesh, with the bannerman, like, you know, someone said, I can't believe you got the bannerman that early. It worked. The bannerman is the reason the Sofa failed there. Oh my god. You wouldn't think it with this little whittling of damage at 6 damage, but the Sofa just not the beast that we've been coming to expect in games of AoE 4 at the moment. Anatan now with the keys to the kingdom. He's ready for castle. B, meanwhile, only has 5 cow to his name, and 2 of those Bessies are being used for hamburgers. Floating gate queued up. He's got additional surface coming. But is this just going to be a standard cav play? It does mean your Yumi are going to upgrade really slowly, so they're not valuable here. He has at least got the outpost, so that will buy the time. And yeah, smart lad. He even walls himself in here. He needs that protection. So far. Are going to try to intercept on the gold. Yumi have to guard. But even with the undermesh now in, I mean, a few Sofa on their own can't really dive the base. How does almost full Yumi beat Sofa? Right? Like, I mean, that's the thing. When I watched that fight, I was like, well, this should be a loss. But you know how, Recon? Like, this is the power of Blacksmith decks. If we're being totally honest, like, it's the Blacksmith plus the Bannerman that made it viable. It still felt a bit ridiculous they didn't just outright lose. Like, with that many Sofa, you would expect them to fare a lot better. So I think he had 7 or 8 when he began that chase. Movement speed, baby. And the efficiency of these things, just so cheap. I mean, that's the other thing that's really nice about playing Mass Yumi and Feudal Age. The unit definitely benefits a lot from a quick castle timing. But the other thing is it's so cheap, so lean in its cost that you can afford to scale it and then tech. Runaway at light speed via formation. I mean, that's just part of the game at this stage, depressingly so. I do wish that formation shuffling wasn't what it is. Then again, I still remember Age of Mythology having, like, the extreme, silly other end of the spectrum, right? Like, I remember playing one of the campaign missions, and my units were far apart, and they started to pull towards each other, but they all then started moving at the speed of siege while pulling towards each other. It was a very weird behavior. I don't know. I don't think any Age of game has perfect formations, does it? Now that I think about it. What was the best one? Because AoE 2 had that very controversial no-clip troll thing. Did Age of Empires 3 have good formations? I understand. Already with the relics on the way home. He's taking one of the deep ones as well. And move out to the deer. Okay, so yeah, I mean, congrats, you have a corral. You might be corralled quickly out of this series, though. Yeah, oh my god, he's only got 5 cow? No, dude, they ran out of food. Come on. Oh, why? Why do you do this to yourself? And now the veterans team for the Yumi. The Sofa aren't upgraded yet. They can't fight. They have to wait for it. It's coming through in a second. I love this from Anno. It's an Onimusha switch. So he's going to sack the Yumi to clear the archers, and then the Onimusha can take over. This is really smart. Just a few spearmen held in reserve will be annoying as well. These archers don't fare that well against the Mounted Samurais. All on the Sofa to carry this right now. And they're just taking the L. Oh my god, B, he doesn't have ranged armor too. And the Yumi are already upgraded to it. They're doing about 8.5 damage. Meaning you're taking, what, over half damage in your Sofa? Imported armors takes a full minute. There's not really much left of B's army here. Luckily, it's just Yumi remaining, because Anatan can't dive the base. But behind this, I mean, it should turn into a pretty big advantage on relics for him. And he's already got the Yorishiro drop in the TC. He didn't go for the back deer. I don't think he really could, considering the Yumi presence early on. By the time he would have considered it, I think it was just not freshly in his mind. Especially if he's worried about Anatan then going for Castle Age, right? Anatan has played this so well. This is the other annoying thing is, like, town center defenses are actually less effective against Yumi. So you garrison town center, you do, let's say, 6 base damage, right? You do 90 damage with a flurry of arrows with that. But Yumi, even in Castle Age, only has 70 HP. So you're going to overkill them. It's even worse against, like, Feudal Yumi, right? Like, this is the value that we've harped on about for a very long time with Yumi. Is that units just tend to constantly overkill them. And that's a bad thing. It means you're less efficient in your trade. Nice intercept on the Shinto. And the secondary gold is so nice to play towards as well. Matt Samurai poking. And Anno, is he going to try to wall the whole map? I mean, we're getting there. This is a pretty good start. Kind of a pain point for B, considering he's playing into Mass Sofa Flood now, as most Malians do. Look at Anno's response. This is pretty crafty because... Are we good? I think we're good now. What the hell? Dude, I don't know what's dying. I might bump my Sure guy and ask them to send out a new one. I need to probably get a new preamp processor as well. In before it's the Wave XLR. I'll just ask for replacements on all those things. Wall's going up from B now. Well, we complained about the games being a bit quick. I think we fixed it now. This one's at least getting a bit deeper. How many javelins does it take to one hit an Onimusha? Javelins do, is it 18 damage before reduction in castle? And then Onimusha only have 80 health. So 5? I believe it's 5. But the problem is you have to know what you're up against, right? He doesn't know it's Mass Onimusha yet. Because Anatan's being fairly subtle about it. He's just playing wide sides with them. He hasn't committed to a main fight yet. And he's not 9 vills up. He's 6 vills up. Yoroshiro is definitely that strong. It's basically Song Dynasty. Ball play. I know. Wait. Is he doing what I think he's doing? No. Okay, there we go. I was like, there's no way you rush Imperial Age here. Like, what's the value? I think Japan, of all the civs in the game, is Japan like maybe bottom 3 for value out of rushing him? They have to be. There's not really much there that benefits them. If you think about it, like, you'd just rather have Mount Samurai. You know, you're like French in that regard. The only reason French go Imperial Age is because the guild hall kind of gets them to it for free. Oh, yeah, bad position from the Onimusha, though. What happened here? Looks like he just tried to get a bit cheeky on the flank, so isn't in position to guard at the wall. You have to guard soon, though. 28 sofa now from B? Really? That's crazy. Take a stab at it. Back off now. Mount Samurai charge in. He held the second wave back. Ano springs it into action now. The sofa are leaking around a little bit. The Mount Samurai in a small concave to hold on. And it's working. The Onimusha are destroying the sofa. Oh, man, this is the brutality of it. The Mountain Samurai evening up the trade, and then anything this low just gets finished off with a little coup de grace coming in from the bow ladies. And B, completely decimated. Wow. And he doesn't have the capability to remass. Look at him. He's at 10 cal. This is not Fulani. It's half Lani. Nanatan ain't half-arsing this. Select all and charge. What a fight out of Anachad. We don't often get to see Mass Onimusha, but it shows you in the right situation, with the right complementary units, they can be a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely incredible in that engagement. And wait, did he have the Uma Bannerman? I think he did have the Uma Bannerman negate. He should have. That would have helped a lot, because remember, the Uma Bannerman buffs both the Onimusha and the Samurai. It's a great value to be had there. And yeah, even queuing up another one now. I mean, he can get both. If you want to buff the remaining Yumi, but there's barely any at this point. Full wall incoming through now from Ano. Melee Tech 3 to be completed. You heard that correctly. He wasn't even at mass power. He's got Melee Tech 3 on the way. Even has Melee Armor 1. He's doing everything to shrink the Sofa's value in the fight. Yeah, they're just kind of a non-factor at this stage. Yes, Uma Bannerman works on the Onimusha. That was changed a while ago because it used to be when Japan was first released. The Yumi Bannerman was the one you needed for the Onimusha, but it was quickly highlighted that was very stupid because Onimusha are a cavalry unit and Yumi are an infantry, so you can never keep up. Yeah, I know at this point it's just biding his time. He could go Imperial now. After a win like that, anything's on the table. The cow count is at least up, so like B is a little bit more threatening there, but it's a 5 relic Japanese game. There's not really much they've missed out on here. Wait, Recon. Recon, come on. Oh, bless him. Yeah. So Recon has been playing subpar Japan and winning with it, XD. Yeah, no, Yumi Bannerman does not buff Onimusha anymore. You can see they have a glow when they're buffed. They don't have the glow, they're not buffed. See? Well, looks like there was an intercept on the relic, but that's not going to stop him in the end. And oh boy, I don't see a way for it. Castle the Crow, 8k gold secure. I mean, what do you do here? Yeah, Castle the Crow's pretty good in this situation. He's also got easy access to one or the other trade posts, right, from this type of position. This just gets you the 8k, and the 8k just allows you to inflate into everything else. You have time to look at who's blowing and who's not when you're playing? Well, then maybe you need to stop picking yellow. Wait, do you pick yellow? Oh no, Castle dropped from B. Flash coming in, but the pathing! I think this hurts B a lot more than Anno because it just means you'll get the tech up, and there it is, curtains closed. Anatan may have started this series looking rough, but it has been full pound central from the Volta Esports player since then. What a great display. Japanese taking down Mali, and I can't believe I'm saying it, it's such a rarity. Onimusha looking good. All right. GG's. Recon, you and Scatterbrain can get ready to draft now. So, if you haven't already. What was I gonna... I think that one's uploadable. What's the upload point? Is it like the Yumi beating Sofa, huh? How to break counter systems? Yumi beating Sofa? XD. All right. Did I get a new chair? I've had this chair for a while. This is the Corsair T500. Honestly, I'm gonna do the my boots being stuck up. Boop. Let me take the magnetic pillow off. Boop. Yeah, they gifted it to me 3 or 4 months ago. It must have been. I've been longer actually. Time goes so quickly. Magnetic, yeah, the magnetic pillow is pretty cool, right? Wait, can I stick it? Can I stick it to the side of my? Boop. You ready? Boop. Oh no, I pulled the. Oh, dude, I pulled the. I regret that last boop. There we go. Boop. All right, so guys, that does mean a 3-1 victory for Anatan. He is the first person through to Grand Finals, but we're going to update this bracket now. We've still got another series upcoming. Is going to be Recon versus Scatterbrained up in just a second, and then after that, the winner will face off against Anatan in a best of 7. Yeah, so plenty of fun still to be had on this fine first day. Let me see. I'm updating it now. We did at least get one longer game in the end. Oh my god, my Photoshop was on clone stamp for some reason. Hence why it keeps making that stupid noise. Yeah, at least the last game was over 20 minutes, you know? But here you go. This is how things are standing. So yeah, you can see that Recon, we didn't catch the rest of that series. I'm kind of bummed out actually. Like Gully getting a game for Recon, the way he did was pretty impressive. But I think the big surprise this week would probably have been the Voldemar Scatterbrain result. You know, based on recent results, it'd be fair to say that Voldemar is the favored party there. But not just to get beaten, but to be beaten 3-1 by Scatterbrain is bloody impressive out of SB. Me and Mike are not signing up for KPMMs? Not sure. I I think we had a few people missing this week. I said about Dimo, I think he's been busy with other things. And then, like, Wham, I'm guessing, took a break to try and be Mr. Secret Strategy for the EGC tournament, I guess. Same with Lucifer and Vortex. You reminded Dimo? Thank you, Fablop. He just forgets. Bless him. Yeah, dude, like, Rico messaged me when I was on holiday. He's like, remind me to sign up. I'm like, remind yourself, bitch, I'm on holiday. Peace. I'm like, peace. What was that? I was like, peace. And then I put the sunglasses on. I still don't know how I feel about these ones. There's something about the spacing between the lenses that has almost like a blind guy feel to it. You know what I mean? Does anyone else get that vibe, or do they look good? I can never decide with these. I really like the Mustang ones. We got the aviators. In fact, should we do like another check on something? Because guys, I'm thinking of having some other glasses ordered in. It looks like a cool blind guy. There it is. That's what we... Ah, now it makes more sense. I knew it. Guys, did you know that Scatterbrain is the highest seeded player between Recon and him? True story. I did not know that. I thought with the reactivation he would have been higher, but in fairness, Recon was taking some early round losses, right? Yeah, I don't know. I need to talk to my gunner guy, actually. Like, I found out recently, I thought that they would let you have, like, 2 or 3 prescription lenses a year. Apparently you only get 1. I was like, really? Like, surely you guys would want me to be wearing your glasses more, not less. Because I wanted to order a few different styles. I think we might go for these ones, though. The Witcher ones. Oh, dun 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 dun. dun. Wrong IP. I think I rock these pretty well. I want to see if they got them in clear lens form, though. And yes, our discount code should work again. Yes, but there's meant to be 2 Ds because he's like super brained. There we go. So yeah, the gunner code should work again. I can even double check it now. So I checked it the other day and it looked like it worked nicely. I'll just make sure. Go through here. We'll add to cart. Check out. And if you put code pigeon in when you get there. Yep, discount works. Whoop, whoop. I think it's 15% off. Not bad. Why do people with prescription glasses not wear contact lenses? Yeah, so it can be really annoying in your eyes, especially if you're a gamer. Like for gamers, actually eye contact is like much more annoying. Because when you game, you don't blink as much. And because you don't blink, your eyes dry out quicker, right? So that's why people choose to wear glasses, you know? Also, just make the lose your glasses redemption really awkward. Like, what would I do? Just, like, poke myself in the eyeball and pull out an eye contact? Bro, come on. What the hell? I don't know. I guess, like, even if I can only get them in, like, the orange tint like this, they still look pretty cool. I think they're baller. I like them. I also love the case. Little leather case. Why not? Don't people just, like, with prescription glasses just not get LASIK? Right? It's not like LASIK it can be expensive for people who don't have a lot of money, or, like, there's also cases where it actually has huge negative ramifications for people. Like, it dries their eyes out to the point that it becomes insanely painful. That's definitely not a thing. That would be a crazy thing. That's the thing, guys. Like I remember I always reference Dan Bull, who's been very vocal about this. Like he had that type of experience where, so he, so if those don't know, Dan Bull, you've probably heard his songs before, at least one of them maybe. He does like a bunch of game songs, so like he'll do like a rap about Dishonored or whatever, and he had like the Battlefield versus Call of Duty rap, all these type of things. And he got laser eye surgery, and he's been very vocal in the last several years about it that it was the worst thing he ever done because it dried out his eyes to the point that it always hurts him. I'm also the belief that people who wear sunglasses indoors are terrible people. No, I just done that. What's the problem with that? If you look cool doing it. I think like unless like if you're not a fugitive and you're wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, then we have a problem. Right? Like that's different. But, you know, the sunglasses can maybe be justified. Appreciate people with glasses they pay to actually see you. You know, I'm glad you say that because the beautiful thing about being short-sighted, you want to know the best thing about being short-sighted is, guys? Being short-sighted means that beauty is only 4 steps away. Because you take them off and then you step back. All of a sudden, ugly becomes obscure. Oh no, he's back and begging us. What does he want now? We have 3 minutes out, by the way. So if you want to get yourself a drink, now's the time. Right? If your outfit's fly enough. Like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, I'm inside right now. With this shirt, 100% you can wear sunglasses. Right? Right, chat? Right? Definitely. With this shirt, you telling me that don't look cool? Hey. You know it's a good vibe. All this Riz, you know? I'm just at the event I'm hosting tomorrow, I'm just gonna walk on stage with sunglasses because I can. But you know what I'll do? At first when I walk on, I'll have a stick. So I'm like, oh my god, he's blind. And then I'll do the whole Willy Wonka intro thing, you know, where it looks like he's gonna fall over. A preschool bowl? It's not. It's just a funny color. Why are you so judgmental about the color of bottles? Are you bottlist? You freaking bottlist? Can't stand bottlist like you. I look like a cool dad. I am a pretty cool dad. If you ask my daughter, she'd agree. I'm her best friend. To put it in the words of Freya, you and me is best together. We is best together, she always says. Ain't that goddamn cute? And then you go, Freya, am I your favorite? And she says, yeah. If she doesn't, she gets thrown out the window. She learned quickly the first time. You always say yes. Trying to think actually, like, what is our likely finish time? I reckon this series, if this series is 2 hours, that takes up to 4:30. Grand finals, maybe 2.5 hours, 7. So I might actually like be able to make London for like 9, 9:30. Do I like talking politics? We talk it lightly here. We don't get into the annoying cesspool. I think there's enough channels that do that. Maybe that's my mistake. I need to, and then I can be so big. Yo, what's up, Fat Blarp? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you. Yeah, finally, that Trash Panda, he could have afforded to subscribe himself. All he does is eats freaking fish fingers, chips, and pizzas. He definitely has money lying around. All right, here we go. I am sick and tired of this matchup on this map. Luckily, one of these players is creative and very different and will do something destructively weird. Welcome back. I mean, that's a different intro, isn't it? That's right. We're back, folks. We have got Recon up against Scatterbrained here. And, oh, man. This is... Is there a more generic expected matchup on a map than this right now? Sushi versus Ruson Carmel, a map that has 58 deer, I believe it is. You know you want to pro scouts, and these are the two that will always be there because China should not be making it through on any draft. In fact, just to confirm that Santi was kept on this series, China was indeed banned by both players. Looking at the spawn, is there anything particular here that could be exploitable? A good meditation garden location over here, actually. Ooh. Oh. Guys, I think I'm in heaven. Do you think he's going to see this? That is like, that's the absolute jackpot. 50 gold, 72 food, and then probably like 10 wood you could clip him range. We'll see if, yeah, he's scouted already. He knows about it. It is a little bit of a walk, but I think that's worth it for two or three workers. The only risk is when you play against Roos, Roos can make it difficult for you to make that pull because they have additional scouts, which means there's a high probability that there's a scout nearby that could body block the perfect placement. In which case, you would have been better off just building it here. So yeah, like, would not be surprised if in this particular matchup, he just doesn't. Pants got a bit wet? Are you kidding me? I need to get a diaper sponsor after that. Whew. Good landmark for Sushi better than Roost landmark? What? Your landmark has flexibility and gives you 50 resources for free every minute. You can calm down. And you just get to build it straight in your base. And he's going for it. The jackpot. Oh. Yeah, and the weird part is Recon didn't hang around. Is he out of sheep? Oh, that sucks so hard. The one guy who had so many sheep, I think he had like 80% of the sheep available, was the one next to the meditation garden location. So yeah, he's going to get the bad news now. It's going up. And boy, does it look scrumptious. Maybe get some fava beans in there as well. Wait, was it fava beans? I've not seen that movie in a long time. Are they called fava beans? Fava doesn't sound right. Yes, it is fava. I was. Dude, my memory. I'm not that old. Yeah, well, I say I'm not that old, and I just referenced the original Hannibal, so... Is it bad that I've still not watched the Hannibal TV series all the way through? I started watching it. It felt very... I was mixed on it because it felt like it had a bigger story to tell, an overarching story. But at the end of the day, I was also basically watching like a typical episode-to-episode crime drama. You know, kind of like a CSI type thing. And because I've done so many of those over the years, it wasn't as compelling to me. That being said, while feeling like that, I've recently considered going and watching Blacklist. I think I'm on the verge of just going on a giant James Spader rather, binge. Like Boston Legal, Blacklist, all of it. Okay, so tech up coming through soon for Recon. Scatterbrain's almost gathered the gold necessary. His tech up into Pro Scouts will be fast, but his weak point will be his scout count, remember. That's where Roos balances out against these other things. Love that you can go back in streams now. Exactly. That's why I definitely recommend. Like, I mean, people who watch the YouTube videos, appreciate it. Definitely come across and watch the live streams when they happen on YouTube or Twitch. Both platforms now having a rewind function. And also, like, it makes it easier to source sponsors. Stables from Recon. So it's going to be a night play. Okay, that's interesting. It keeps his opponent off a Chug. it'll force them into Rax play, which isn't bad. If you can force your opponent to then go Rax, then you can follow up Archers, which is really nice for Roost, considering the wood count. I am a little bit worried that begins to open the door for Zogzogs, though. You've seen this one before? What? You've seen Pro Scout Roost versus Pro Scout Shushi? Nah. That's such an innovative build. I've never seen that before. I'm not gradually going insane from seeing it. I'm going to be totally transparent on this. So this week's map pull, I was busy sorting other things. So I basically said to Tommy, our admin, I was like, you pick the maps. And after I got back and saw that he picked Carmel, I kind of wanted to beat him with a stick. Like, you know what? I bought some sandals while I was on holiday. I never wear sandals. I bought some. Now I have someone to whip him with. I don't know. Carmel just feels... The problem with Carmel is it just feels like a map that doesn't have that much diversity of gameplay and doesn't have that many civs that feel viable. I like things like the limited resources pulling you out of the base, but I think there's way too much deer. They just need to basically take half the deer off this map, and it's more interesting. Yeah, half the deer off this map. Stick more berries in the Sacred Site corners as well. And I think you've got something. Like, stick more berries in the Sacred Site corners and stick, like, a boar on the hills that spawn these areas. So double, like, 3 boars per side and extra berries. It's pretty much, like, you could have a lot of food. Like, I don't think it's bad to have a lot of food and a little gold on the map like this. I just think the way it's designed, because too much of the food is deer, Pro Scouts is way too good. Okay, so both players should be trending towards a tech up shortly. Yeah, Recon, he built a stables to build a single horseman, so he tried to bait Scatterbrain into doing more. Interesting idea, like low cost, but the problem now is like unless you want to build knights in castle, it feels bad. You could build knights against Shushi. It's not a terrible matchup for Roost because they have certain advantages like Boys Fortitude and all their passive gold, but like the production rates, the extra income, it does feel like you're battering your head against the wall if you play knight on knight. So I would not be surprised to see horse archers, and there's the confirmation anyway. Archery range is already coming in. Recon. He has saved this tree line, right? Yeah, so high trade house placement. Get your numbers in, folks. Looks like a decent one. Still not as good as this. Oh, look at that number. Man. My toes are curling. It's perfectly rounded. He gets 130 resources out of this thing. That's ridiculous. That's 1.3 manas. Wow. Alright, Recon. Archers plus knights. So he's not horse archering at all. Now that is intriguing. Doesn't this mean you can just technically get flooded by knights though? If Scatterbrain realizes what you're doing and just builds knights only, like Shushi knights with Dali horses wins, no? Remember, this is Mountain Academy, so he'll get them out quick. There you go. Regional inspection already on the way. Remember, this is the one that doubles the production speed in these bad boys. Anyone ever notice just how oddly out of place the Mount Lu Academy looks architecturally to like everything else? I'm starting to think this landmark is the real reason someone said we'll call this the Jade Dynasty. Right? Was it Jade Dynasty? I can't remember the name they gave it originally. There was a lot of molding over the original name of this civ. But it does look like it's very weird. Like the rest of the structures have that kind of drab, you know, architectural coloring look. Like, for example, the reds. Like, reds should pop, but instead they're a little bit worn down intentionally. And then you just got this giant shiny thing. It is a bit dirty, but at the same time, I don't know. It looks like we went through town and now we've fallen in a swimming pool, you know? Meanwhile, in the battle of how normie can every building look, welcome to Roos. We like red and we like brown. Recon with the knights now. And it's going to be crossbow knights. Okay, so this sounds a lot better. So he's going to basically try to directly quickly address the knight count. Chug switch from Scatterbrain is intriguing, though. And the high trade house is ding, 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 116 gold. Your expectations were too high. Every single one of you thought it was more. Roos is cozy? Yes, because, like, of course Roos is cozy. Most players just do the exact same build every single game for every month of the year. Of course that's cozy. At that point, you can just do it without even looking. You know? That's just like default vibe mode, you know? Don't know why you make full gold units on a map where gold is the most limited resources. Because you're playing against Shushi and you know they want to build knights. So, like, what do? Do you build your knights and then lose, or do you build crossbowmen? You could build spears, but I think that's just bad against Shushi. Like, going knight plus spear into knight Chuk sounds pretty dead, right? And sure, crossbows can lose to Chuk too, but at least you kill the enemy knights really fast. Build horse archers? I wanted him to build horse archers. I think he was paranoid about the Chuk. The only reason I could think you wouldn't want a horse archer here is because your opponent is going to play wide, and if he's not playing wide, then horse archers get less value, right? Like, horse archers win when there's a bit of spread from your opponent. You know what? It does make me feel pretty cool that I left you all hanging to go on vacation. But, like, your whole life went into turmoil because KPMM wasn't on for the week. It kind of gave me this sick power grab, you know? Like I mattered to you guys. I was like... And now they have to sit there staring at an offline screen for a whole week. You goddamn bots and oh my... You know, when you see it like this, it shows you how stupid Palmer is. Like, dear, it's ridiculous. Nice, right around the back. Scatterbrain, he's turned it into a 5-relic game. Yeah, Recon's going to need some kill stat. This is a pretty bad look for him. On a gold limited map, you lost the relic game this bad. You barely survived that week? Okay, so, like, I know you guys rely on me a lot, but can we get to a point where I don't have to keep telling you guys that it's important that you eat food to survive? Toxicity is the best communicator? Of course. That's why we did. I knew it. Like that's what it is. Because, like, when someone's like, they make a Reddit thread that, like, Crackety sucks at commentating. Deep down, subconsciously, I read it as KP is a better caster. Oh, thank you. See, I'm not really a big fan of this, right? I think I'd rather have the sheep. Like, you know, mutton, lamb, a lot better. This, to eat it, is a bit dear, isn't it? I'll leave. I had to do it. All right, horseman switch coming in from Recon. Pretty smart considering we've got a crossbow pivot from Scatterbrain. It's crazy that Recon has the knight lead like this, though. You wouldn't really expect it against Shushi. Scatterbrain now staking a claim, so he's going for the big 8k first, despite the fact that he's got 5 relics at home and taxation. Greedy boy. By the way, do I need to /S the sarcasm on the Crackety? Strange, KP, BC, and Asmongold were all gone at the exact same time. Oh, that's because we went to our nicely heated and insulated lumberjack retreat up in the mountains of Switzerland, where we smoke cigars and laugh at poverty issues. You know, we also typically get all of the the maids and the manservants, and we use them as human snowballs because that's how rich we are. Scabrain tapping the gold confidently. I mean, Recon should just be able to fish for a kill, you think, but no. Extra outpost now coming up. Spring on placements as well. This is going to get more difficult the longer Recon waits. Just coming in. Spring on placements almost there. But this get ugly for him. The night count is still good. Recon has a healthy dose of crossbowmen to support as well, and it just looks like Scabrain doesn't have the front line for this. No, and the Horseman is making it worse. Scabrain has to be on point with the micro, otherwise the Horsemen just flood in and get easy clicks into them for the win. And an easy fight win for Recon. Denies the central gold. Takes a pivotal and crucial fight that was necessary here. It was one thing for Scatterbrain to get the 5 relics. You couldn't let him have the 8k gold too. And overwhelming lead as well. This isn't like one of those games where we talk about one player having pro scouts, the other not. No, remember, both of them have had this, so both of them plenty of food to work with. But a mild difference when it comes to military value now. Recon wasting no time. Let's just burn down the outpost. Fortifications are coming in. He was a little bit greedy on the split, but should have enough damage to finish it off. While the rest of the army looks to shut down Scatterbrain's production. 2 extra worker kills. Now 7 worker lead for Recon. Yeah, Scatterbrain has had some idle economy, actually. Yeah, he went textiles, but even with textiles, he's only lost 5 workers, but he's 8 behind. Something went wrong here. Military Academy now. I love this. Usually people take this type of win and they think about just like doubling down on the greed afterwards. Of like, hey, now I can get miles ahead. But Recon is double downing on his attack point. He wants this game done and dead, and this is the difference of Recon now compared to when we last saw him in competitive Age of Empires 4. He is not the defensive trash panda anymore. He's not the tricky trader. He's not the guy that has a fetish for late game. No, he has a fetish for fish and chips still. But outside that, he's looking to be like a baby Vortex these days. He's trying to become an aggressive force of nature. Recon was lucky in that fight. He wasn't. He had substantially more knights. That's the problem. Right, it was 15 knights to I think 8 or 9 when the fight began. Recon just re-inflating to knights. Scatterbrain now just trying to contest the crossbow count. I am worried whether he can get enough horseman pump going compared to the knight count, though. Would like to see Recon maybe setting up an outpost on the forward here. Yeah, he's moving out now. Recon has 1/10 of the APM of Vortex. I think you need to stop watching streams in 1/4 speed. That's coming in. Horseman, they try to rotate on the back, but the cavalry wave held in reserve. Comes in clutch. Yeah, now he just needs to steer around, hugging the gold line. Instead, he just A-clicks through it. Oh my god. Well, that is a womp womp and a wallop. A reminder, there is boys fortitude in. All these cavalry units are ridiculously tanky per unit. So Scatterbrain loses all the bodies again. Please tell me more about APM. What's APM stand for? Asses per minute taken? Because he's definitely taken more than 1/10 here. That's twice now that Scatterbrain has been pummeled over this primary gold. And now the Wooden Fortress is in place. Will allow Recon to just keep inflating Cav. You see the desperation. Scatterbrain is just scraping every single melee tech he can get his hands on to make the Horsemen relevant. Just don't know if they can be at this stage. You know, if the Horsemen do what they're meant to, which is they kill the crossbows, I still look at this and think Recon doesn't have to worry because his Horseman Knights aren't really counterplayed here. Not unless Scatterbrain can up to 40 crossbowmen. What's Recon doing? Oh, he had them on a select group. But yeah, a little fun fact. If you think the Recon doesn't have much APM or attention to detail in fights. Recon doesn't use select all army. He specifically control groups every single different unit type. So he typically has like knights and horsemen in different group, and then crossbows and archers he'd have in a different group. So he's actually quite methodical. He's quite meticulous when it comes to the amount of control groups he uses. Because we had a discussion about this, like sometimes he feels like it's to a fault because it means that like formation shuffling is weird of him. But there is in theory a value in that, and that like you can use formation shuffling in a very exploitative way when you have that type of control group set up. Scatterbrain now with a spearman switch. Which is interesting because Recon's going into horse archers. Okay, yeah, I was about to say that must be a misclick. Archers makes more sense. Scatterbrain, I think he's running before he can walk here. There's horsemen, they went way too far forward. Start the fight prematurely. Melee lines are going to spread out. Spearman upgrade only just kicked in. The horsemen have already been cleared. And there's still just so many knights. Scatterbrain, I think this is it. Yeah, before this, he could retreat with the crossbowmen because there was only a few cav left. Now you're talking about 10 plus horsemen and knights chasing you down. There's no getting away from this. This is the third time in a row he has failed a fight over that gold. The third time that Recon has forced him to tuck tail and run. This time, he'll have to run to the next map. Solid win by Recon. And you know what the best part is, guys? We get Carmel out of the way until the... I do like the concepts of this map around the gold. And the gold, I think, is cool. I think if the devs just listen to the community and cut the food amount by a third, for example, maybe even half, and added in some extra berries instead, we'd have a really cool map of motivation. The Carmel needs some work still. I definitely prefer it to the other one. But I don't feel like that's saying much. Alright, at this point, Scatterbrain is just going through the motions. He's been scouted on the south side. Knights are already circulating there. And what's it we always say about this map? He who takes the AK vein wins 95% of the time. It really is that big of a detail. What's impressive, though, is this is now the second game of the semi-finals that we've seen someone take 5 relics and lose the game in convincing fashion. That's pretty wild, right? Like, you know, the relic advantage on a map like this is meant to be astounding. They're just counting for nothing with the way these fights have been going. Yeah, Scatterbrain. The only thing he's got left now is Spearman, but with the amount of archers Recon already has, he has the answer to that. What's my take on Saudis buying EA? Well, it hasn't gone through yet. Like, Jake miscommunicated that. Like, the sale probably won't be until 2027 if it happens. And the other thing I'd say is I'm surprised it took this long. Trying to basically buy esports versus just buying the devs. Like, there's a reason China just buys devs. It's a lot more reliable. You can find a path to profitability a lot easier. Recon off to a good start on finding his way to the money here, though. Final clash coming in, no doubt about it. Scatterbrain isn't even trying to run away anymore. There's nowhere left to go. A Roos dominant victory to open this series for Trash Panda. G to the G. Game number 1 goes to Mr. Recon. But yeah, if you think about it, it's like the strategy for Saudi Arabia with EWC was essentially to buy esports as like their flagship, their grounding anchor point in the gaming sector. The problem with that is like esports can be very fickle. It can be very hard to make money in esports. Not that they need to care on that. Like Saudi Arabia has a lot of money to spend. The Middle Eastern countries in general do. They're all basically spending crazy amounts of money because they're trying to build for their future by spending all the easy money they have now, understanding that oil won't last forever. But the problem with like buying in the esports side of things, multiple issues. Esports can be fickle and come and go easily. Sponsorships are harder to attain at the moment than they've ever been for the last several years. And you can still get blocked by devs, right? You can't do esports events if the developers say you can't, right? Like think Nintendo and all the Smash things they've shut down before. So going and buying a developer or a publisher is much more logical, because then like they already have Apex there, right? Let's say EA have been like, we do not want to have Apex Legends in Saudi Arabia. Well, they couldn't have done anything about that. They just go, okay, we can't do it. But now, because they own they own it, they're like, well, of course we can have it here, right? They're buying all kinds of mainstream entertainment, sports, and media. Exactly. They're even buying into teams, right? I don't think it was the primary public funding group, but there was a group that bought 51% controlling stake in OG Esports. I'm trying to think who it was. The Chillers Group, which I think... Wait, was Chillers Group? Let me double check. I think the Chillers Group was... Oh, sorry, no, they're Maltese. My bad, I got them. I thought Chillers was Saudi-backed as well. Maybe I'm wrong on that, though. But there's been a few different, like buy-ins, right? Like, you've got, for example, Saudi Arabian investments in, like, football teams. Another one. But basically, like, the EA, if I remember correctly, the EA acquisition is being made up of the public fund that the Saudis have for entertainment. And then there was two other bodies involved. One that owns Newcastle, right? All right. You have a problem, you're hungry, what do you do? What you do is you donate me $20 so that I can get a pizza, and then I can eat the pizza in front of you on stream, and then you can still be hungry, but I can tell you it tastes really good. So, like, deep down, you get the satisfaction of knowing it would have tasted really good. You're welcome. All right, let's get rid of game 2. Prince Lights Gaming? Yeah, well, So the guy who's the head of esports for Saudi Arabia is actually a really, really big gamer. He loves gaming. Like, before the Saudis started to get really big in, like, the esports sector, he used to incognito go to, like, IEM Katowice. Really nice guy, actually. Really humble guy. I've met him and talked to him. Really cool dude. All right, so have we got this set up correctly? No, we need to flip it. Oh boy, they're here again. What do you do when this Civ gets through the draft? Like, you just feel as if you're throwing a game away. You're on water, someone picks Knights Templar, and you just want to throw the keyboard out the window. Let's see if Recon can educate us on how to solve one of the biggest frustrations, I think, growing for people on the ladder right now. Yeah, I mean, this Civ, Knights Templar, whenever there's a water format in the equation, it's ridiculous how effective they are. They are the 4th most popular Civ in pub games right now, which is pretty damn impressive when you consider the top 3 is dominated by French, English, and Japanese. Yeah, but Japan, definitely no slouch on this type of map either. Interesting opening play, though. So he was expecting fishing from Scatterbrained. He commits into the Dark Age Spear Rush, but Scatterbrained had no interest in playing for fishing. He's prioritizing the feudal. PIF already owns about 10% shares in EA. Do you want me to, like, shock you? Who do you think has a big stakehold in Ubisoft? Did you guys, everyone's talking about the EA acquisition, but did you guys miss the fact that, like, Tencent acquired 25% of Ubisoft at the start of the year? Fun fact, by the way, Tencent was sitting on a 5% stake of Ubisoft for well over 10 years. A lot of these big companies in the Middle East and the East have been doing this for a long time. They just sit there on a slice. They basically have a staging point for a takeover. Go look up a lot of, like, if you actually go and pull the public directories for a lot of your favorite publishers, you might be shocked at who has an ownership stake in what. All right, so Japan, only 2 spearmen. It has blocked Scatterbrained out of getting any good gold opening, right? So he can't begin with Knights, not that you want to in Spears. And the Spearman also denies him from just rushing into docks. So, like, Recon, I think he achieves what he wants out of this, especially now that it's Kingdom of France. You'll need racks anyway to have Spearmen to deal with the Chevalier. Me own 10, like 5% in Ubisoft? Chill. Its market value hasn't gone down that much yet. Sheesh. You guys think I have that much money? Here, let me check my sub count right now. I've got 329 subs currently. Obviously, a lot of them are going to time out soon in October. I need more subs. I definitely can't afford a slice of Ubisoft. Sheesh. That was actually, that was quite cool, actually. I noticed that when I was getting ready to come online. So, Daniela in Age of Empires 2 was, like, she said she was inspired by, like, what we done with Midweek Muster. And she started her own Midweek series. And I was happy to see it was working out for her. Like, yesterday, she posted out that in September, she got 845 subs. Good for her, man. Glad to see it's working out, man. It's so daunting when you start these different tournament series and whatever, and you have to reach in your own pocket or whatever it is. It can be really scary. Okay, so Kura on the way. It is a Ford Kura, though. Yeah, not even attached to a tree line. This is a little bit rough, to be honest with you. I think what Recon was trying to do is be efficient with the Ford Gold Workers, so you didn't have to walk that far. But now it means, like, your farms are going to start spawning forward, and they're going to be exposed to Archer spam, which is what Knights Templar want to do. So I'm expecting Recon to begin the age with Pony, as Japan Horseman play is pretty strong, especially once you get the Daimyo online. First Pilgrim on the way. Who's looking forward to the bug? Japanese and Korean globalization is well accepted. I mean, sure, because, like, the thing is, you know why Japanese and Korean like globalization is very well accepted? It's because the West had a big footprint in them. World War II for Japan, the North-South Korean War for Korea. Okay, it looks like they're not chitching out. Sometimes on this map, what can happen is that your pilgrims will get in a boat here, and then they'll get out of a boat and then walk to the other sacred site. Looks like Scatterbrain isn't going to have that problem here. A little fun one for you guys about Japan. Do you guys know that there was a point where Microsoft was basically paying for all of Sega's development costs? The trade-off being they got in the Game Pass. It's a very smart deal by Game Pass, though, because for Microsoft, what that done is that gave them a foothold into the Japanese market. Because it's very difficult to deal in Japan if you are an outside company. So it's a really smart play by Microsoft because it allowed them to essentially function Sega as a middleman if they needed to negotiate something there. Okay, so docks set up nicely. We have no fishing from Recon at all. Yeah, Japan just not really as good of a fishing civ as they once were ever since that nerf to the fishing boat cost. They're still decent, but I like these just prioritizing this attack point instead. I think if you try to play an eco game, you're playing against a substantially better wood gathering civ. They'll just eclipse you. There's the Yumi. If he scales this right, I mean, the timing you get, there's no stone gathering, so it's not a priority towards the bannerman. He's going to start moving forward, though. I'm a little bit surprised it's Yumi over Horseman, to be honest with you. Horseman feels like it makes a lot more sense, but maybe he's a little bit worried. Good intercept. So Pilgrim's now getting denied. Gold backspawn is good for now for Scatterbrain, so better get more Chevalier. What's that map with a million berries in the middle and 2 ponds? Kawasan. Kawasan's cool to see every once in a while, but there are some maps that are designed to be shown and then thrown away for 2 or 3 months. Kawasan is one of them, because it got to the point where Shushi and Knights Templar were just the go-to picks. Right? That was it. The harassment over here. Doc has to be garrisoned. I don't think Recon can stay here, though. This is an overextension. Yeah, only a handful of spearmen. 3 in total on the front line. Chevalier could run this down. If he had Steel Arrow, this actually wouldn't be a bad idea, but Recon skimmed on it, man. Yeah, so Chevalier a little bit more tanky than you'd like here with the 2 ranged armor. He's at least trading out well against the archers, but there we go. Yeah, I actually think Recon may have forgotten about it. Stepping up like that without Steel Arrow is crazy. So now it's going to be full retreat. And Scatterbrain in an advantageous position now. This is not looking good. Your opponent has fishing, you don't. Your opponent has pilgrims coming in. You obviously don't have someone to mirror that. No Bannerman either. He didn't rush the stone. He hasn't been actively gathering gold long enough. Like, what is good about this for Japan? Not much, to be totally frank with you. Scatterbrain even starting to hold some reserve resources. Like, the possibility of going castles here. Could Recon just go castle? The problem with going castle here is, like, Kawasan is deceptively short. It doesn't look it, right? It's still quite a bit distance. It's not that much shorter than Dry Arabia in theory. But the way that your resources spawn makes it feel really short. Scatterbrain just being a nuisance. Recon, he had the right idea of the walls, just wrong timing there. Gonna get caught. Worker's gonna go down. And no, come on, it started happening. Dude, this map. You know what? Like, maybe we should be fine with this. Knights Templar OP pick. We just saw Anatand have this bug where his pilgrims kept going to the other sacred site after reaching it. And he still won. So maybe this is just a reasonable balance point? Is that hopium or is that reasonable? Look, if Knight... Okay, someone knows, like, this should be a remake, and then Anatan won the game, and they're just like, okay, I've got nothing to say about this. Because, like, I mean, he doesn't need a remake, he won. I think we just, like, accept this bug until it gets fixed for what it is, with no re. Because it seems to be that it can happen on any spawn of Kawasan or whatever, right? And if Knights Templar are still reliably winning on this map, despite that bug, what do you say at that point? Oh, what do you do about this? Undermesh now in means the Yuumi just aren't as impactful as you'd like. Yeah, this looks bad, guys. Scatterbrain outnumbers on Archer count. And Yuumi is so much cheaper. I just don't see how he holds this. Especially with the Fort Kura, his farms are just going to get shut down. And folks, Recon hasn't really got any other food gathering right now. No. Like, he's got a small group, I think, on the berries. 1 or 2 on the deer, but a lot of these farms over here, which are just about to be inoperable. Archer's now moving in. Target fire comes through, and it is going to be a quick GG. There you go, guys. Bugs and Knights Templar still win. Bro. What a sieve. Always when there's water, right? So that's going to be Japan versus Knights Templar. Mark it up a left side win. Gets us a deeper series. Oh, 1 sec. I've got something to respond to. Thinking you would win KT when the map has a drop of water on it? Yo, okay, like, in fairness, hear me out. Knights Templar and Himiyama, do they win? That's an interesting one to think about. They probably still win. What makes Templar strong in water? Their wood gathering. Their wood gathering is absurdly powerful. They don't have to waste wood on a lumber camp. They don't have to waste time walking. They chop and they drop off. And they also get some food while gathering wood. All these details together makes them an incredibly efficient civ with that. You hope to never see Himiyama again? Why? I thought Himiyama was a pretty decent map. I kind of miss it. Then again, you're a Malian player, so it does make sense. Like, yeah, no, I have PT. Like, as soon as I went, why don't you like, I was like, oh, Malian players. Like, wait, surely you hated Cliffside more. Because, like, actually, I don't know, Cliffside is, like, deceptive in that you should hate it, but you get 2 safe pit mines that you can build around that. It's only after that you start getting annoyed, you know what I mean? It's like, I guess, like, Mali on Cliffside's more reasonable. You miss playing it? Yeah, I have a secret account that's, like, conk-free. Like, hold on a sec, let me just check the leaderboard for a believable name that's me. Yeah, so, May, that's me. Nah, no one would believe I play Delhi. I am... Oh, so let's choose one. I am Zarash Galida. I swear it's true. China number 1. Okay, so Boardland time. How do they get food from wood? You just got to masticate harder. Masticating is chewing, by the way. You know, if you chew the wood hard enough, you get a little bit of sap out of it, and then you... So it's all about making sure you masticate really hard and then spit. If you do that, then you can get like a little bit of nutrition. Yeah, but Cal doesn't play in the KPMMs anymore. Wait, why are you not allowed to play KPMM? I'm pretty sure the tournament organizer rule thing is only from your own tournaments. Oh, hold on a sec. Has Cal now got a job somewhere? Cal? I mean, he hasn't told me anything, so I'm not leaking anything. Wait, does Cal secretly work for Microsoft now? Well, we're not going to see any cows here. What is up, folks? Welcome back. It's Ottoman versus French time. Scatterbrained up against Recon. Game number 3 of our semifinals here in Midweek Muster 7. The funny thing is, like, I wouldn't have said anything if Cal had actually told me. But now, just by the way he's written that, this is sus. Then again, Cal has not played in KPMM for a long time. He played at the start of Season 1, I remember. Now, these two, well, one of them has been playing for quite some time. Scatterbrained. How many KPMMs in total, actually? Now that I think about it. I'm going to have a look at this. I'm curious to see what the count is going to be for him. Because he must be at, like, at least 20. He's 27. He's played 27 of a total of 38 editions, if you include the All-Stars, from Season 1 and Season 2. Recon, of course, is more recent. He joined in with Season 2 on his return to Age of Empires 4. But he's quickly becoming, it seems, a mainstay in these. I remember Recon moaned at me. He was like, I don't like these different maps. And I said, get used to it. Like, this is how you... Like, these could appear in tournaments. He's like, okay. You know, guys, I'm starting to think Cal's dad secretly owns Microsoft. There you go. We're talking about all these ownerships of different companies. What's the latest Teal and Voldemar? We weren't able to catch his series because the scheduling was terrible. Like, I've already mentioned this to... And like, I'm going to be pretty firm on this, I think, moving forward. I've already mentioned this to Tommy. Unless we have extreme circumstances, there should never be quarterfinals played on a Wednesday. They should be played maximum latest Tuesday. And if we start seeing that as a problem, we'll just start penalizing players. Because of that, we weren't able to catch that, which would have been an incredible story to weave into this week, considering that Scatterbrained most people up against Voldemar wouldn't have been the favored one. Definitely not 3-1. So we have got Spin beginning. And it was a Rax. That's the surprising part to me. So he's trying to deny Pro Scouts then, right? Which is a good idea considering Recon already committed the mill. He went Wheelbarrow. He's already invested. Remember, he needs a lot of gold to get age up plus Pro Scouts. So this is going to cripple him. Yeah, he's going to have to steer gear. At least by getting Wheelbarrow, it means the walk back isn't as painful. He has got enough gold as well. This field will make it through. Could you imagine if he body blocked? Oh my god, I don't want to think about it. And yep, Scatterbrain, 3-1 Voldemar. This matchup's an interesting one though, because like on paper you just want to say the Ottomans beat French, but I don't necessarily think that's true in Feudal Age, right? Sipahi have been getting a little bit better, but I think they have their limitations against knights. In theory, if the game goes late enough, you start to think about things like Janissary, and especially ever since they changed Janissary to not take bonus damage from Arbitrary anymore, they can contest Arbors a bit better. I think tempo in theory at least should be with Recon here. But the difference is because we're on a map where you want to Pro Scouts, if you choose Pro Scouting, it means the Ottomans can just choose Pressure. And that way, if they play Spear plus Sipahi, they could start starving you out of food. So it's just something that Recon needs to be mindful of. Not that he really has to worry about it straight away, considering his code has been blocked. You believed in 3-1 or 3-2 for Scatterbrain? Yeah, but Stopper, you're biased. It's a CIS player. That's like El Jonas saying he believes in Marine Lord winning. It just has no substance. I mean, obviously Marine Lord win, lol, but like, you're French, lol. Let me going, well, of course, Murad was just the obvious next player to be invited to King of the Rockies. Actually, that's not true. He's Hungarian, but like, he's basically British. Recon with the racks now. Oh. Oh, no, that is interesting. Because Recon really liked playing Jean with racks recently. But this is French. You don't get that discount. So it's not as good. But I think because he's been experimenting with Jean with spears, he's now inclined to experiment with French too. Are we about to see French spear archer? No knights? Did anyone else vomit a little in their mouth when I said that? Because I did. That sounds so wrong. Oh, God. Do you guys remember when we used to cast French mirrors and it was literally just 50 spears versus 50 spears? God, that was so bad. You know what the worst part still was? When we first saw it, we were like, wow, this is refreshing. French can build different units. And then quickly we're like, this is the worst thing. I remember because the fights just never... They took way too long to end. And it is just spear on spear right now. Scatterbrain, he's going into the stables. Like, this is pretty crafty. Recon. I don't think... Did Scatterbrain see the spearman? I don't think he did. Yeah, so he's building Sipahi into a counter type. That's not a good sign. Recon with the double stables is intriguing, though. He hasn't used the School of Cavalry yet. Why have we built double stables without using the School of Cavalry? So it looks like he's going for a surge timing. Remember, surge timings in Age of Empires 4 is when you produce units, but you can't consistently produce them because it's too expensive. But there is a ramp up in terms of getting them out a bit quicker. So, like, especially when you're playing a counter type forward, you want to have that surge of unit production, even if you can't keep it up 100%. The idea is that you can overwhelm your opponent with a timing because you got the knights out sooner. So yeah, first knight queued up. Outpost coming in as well. It doesn't look like Pro Scouts currently, but you know that would have made sense to the double stables. The fact that he hasn't queued up any scouts tells us this should not be Pro Scouts, which is ballsy from Recon considering he only has 10 sheep. Sipahi versus Ghazi, who wins a 1v1? Sipahi. Sipahi are very tanky, they have good range. But when you scale, the problem that you can run into is Sipahi versus Ghazi. Is like, Ghazi can actually chase you down and kill you when you're outnumbered. But the reason that usually doesn't matter is because Sipahi have so many extra elements around them that enable them. They've got the Imam with the healing. They've got the Meta with the melee armor. In fact, this is looking like a glorious meta melee armor game right now. Recon is going pro scouts after all, so he does end up going back to it. Which makes sense. Like, you know, what else are you going to do on this map? You're not going to build farms. You're going to run out of sheep. You're not going to play deer to deer. That's just death. Especially when it's double cav. I think the problem for Recon, though, is if he just sticks melee here, this feels like a fairly easy fight for Scatterbrain to win. The weird part to me is that he's switching archers, though. Like, it makes sense because your opponent has spears, right? But at the same time, you can kind of just get away with only building spears yourself. I think Scatterbrain is maybe a bit paranoid that Recon is going archers. Men-at-Arms also pretty good against Almonds in general. True. Spahi are decent traders, but, you know, it's still Men-at-Arms at the end of the day. Janissary are lower base damage, so they don't like being against armor units, like, full stop. We do occasionally see these French Men-at-Arms games now that I think about it, but it's quite rare. Definitely not your default bread and butter. You know, like, if you're a Brit, you're usually using bread and butter. Bringing out the French Men-at-Arms is like having hummus. Although, I'm a true believer we should always have hummus. I would be happy if tomorrow my country decided to stop using butter and just start using hummus. It's so good. If it's not becoming apparent, I am getting a little bit hungry. I don't know how I'm going to eat today. I've got to get like I got to do these, and I think I've immediately got to get on a train to London. Who's got the better army? I think Scatterbrain for sure. Especially with the healer boys. Like right now, Recon's army is more defensive, which sounds really bad against armor and healing. Because it just means you lose slower. Right? There's no advantage to being like tanky and holding units back here if you can't kill them. Oh my god. When did YouTube become so political? I don't understand why the YouTube chat is the one that's become super political today. There's like, usually Twitch is the platform that has that with just chatting. Like, my TLDR now, all I'm going to say, guys, is when you start thinking about the idea that every country has propaganda, it opens your eyes to the way the world really works. There you go. Alright, that's all I'll say on it. The Scatterbrain. This is the correct way to play Sipahi. You're just using it as a pressure unit. You don't really want to hard commit, especially with knights on your ass. But in general, the idea is just to keep your opponent dancing around his base. Sipahi are a great unit on average to scale into, and they are just a great pressure point type unit. If you ever slip up, don't look for a second, and 10 of these go into your base, you're going to lose probably at least 10 workers. Is Expo worse against heavy cav compared to Janissaries? Good question. So, Crossbowmen is interesting, actually, in that they don't die as quickly to Archer counterplay. So they can be valuable because they're also cheaper than Janissary. But if you can afford the gold, Janissaries is definitely a desirable unit, especially their attack speed buffer. They're more generally useful than Crossbowmen in that role. But they should be for the cost difference, right? It's 180 compared to 120. Against cavalry specifically, like Janissaries will be better. But against men-at-arms, crossbows, I think if you have same value invested, you'll take them in there. But then where it gets muddied is like, say you're playing Janissary into Mass Spearman or Crossbowman into Mass Spearman. Janissary will fare a lot better than Crossbowman will, is the idea. Yeah, like, if you have the clear counter, crossbows can be good, but the reason why most Ottoman players will go Janny instead of crossbows is because as a generic solution, Janissaries in theory slots in a lot more. The tricky part for Ottoman players is once they reach Castle Age, you have to kind of delay Janissary until the Archer mass is removed. The weird part, though, is in this game, we're only seeing Archers at 12 minutes in. Like, the Spearman count is kind of nuts by comparison. The Knights. This is risky recon. Has he misread this? Knights can't get a dent done there. If the Archers rotate around the back here, this is not a solid defense force for recon. Janissary's range is awful. And sure, that comes back to the Archer detail, though. Like, if you're playing the Archers, then Janissary is going to suck. But, like, If you're playing the mass melee, Janissary is going to have a fun time. Nowadays, even the crossbowmen, they're not the worst thing in the world because crossbows just don't get bonus against them anymore. And also, like, you would overkill anyway using a crossbow unit that attacks slower. Spaheen. Just pushing this back. We've got the melee armor activated, guys. This is going to be ugly. These spears will not die quick. The rest of the army now coming. The knights are looking for the backstab, but Scatterbrained, he knew it. He was waiting. The Imam, a freebie given over, however, and that's the only heal Scatterbrained had. Oh, that was sick. Recon, he peels off both of the healers. There's no AoE sustain for Scatterbrained, and he loses the meta! Recon, this was meant to be an impossible fight. Is it going to be enough to get him back in it? It doesn't look like it. Despite the meta, the Imam going down, Recon is far too outnumbered here. Yeah, Scatterbrained is just going to swarm over him like a tidal wave to take the win. Ottomans with a firm fist into the sky as they cheer for victory. And Scatterbrained is one game away from a grand finals appearance for the first time ever in the Midweek Muster. Scatterbrained is looking pretty good this week. Damn. What's he been eating for breakfast? Like, boy's looking swole right now. So Otto versus French takes the win. Yeah, he got so much value out of that Dark Age opening, actually. Like, slowing down any play into Pro Scouts. Like, the Pro Scouts timing, that's the thing on that map. Pro Scouts feels necessary, but it also felt just so late that it felt underwhelming. It's a great read. All right, next up is an interesting one. Dry Arabia for IU versus Delhi. I usually quite like this matchup for like IU. I think Iubids, if you play a little bit of tempo and then skip out into Castle Age, you can get ahead of the Delhi curve quite nicely. I think the challenge here is not over-investing in Desert Raiders, though, because we've like seen what happens is eventually your opponent just goes into War Elephants and you just get crapped on. But let me mark up Dry Arabia. Yeah, a lot of political talk today in chat as well. Like, what the hell? But like the thing I was saying about propaganda, by the way. What I mean by that is like because we're all raised in different cultures, what we perceive as right is embedded into us by that culture, if it makes sense. So figured I started? No, I think what started was like the Saudi acquisition of EA or whatever, and then it snowballed from there. But like, so like I came to this weird conclusion, and it's gonna sound weird, but hear me out. Freedom is propaganda. What do I mean by so? And this is not me saying it's the wrong idea. Like I agree with freedom 100%. But the idea and the concept of like freedom in Europe or in America is like it's a concept which we have integrated into our culture, into our society through medians of media and education, etc., which technically makes it propaganda. It's really weird when you start thinking about the world in that way. That's why we talked before about like with history. There's only one country in the world that teaches history without true bias, and it's Germany. That's pretty crazy, right? When you think about it. So someone to hype us up about the DLC, KP? I'm going to be streaming it when it releases. There you go. That's like, what more do you need from it? We're going to go for world #1 on every single roguelike. Cheers, Scarecrow. Enjoy your break, Fat Blop. Oh, sorry, not break. Back to work. All right, enjoy your break away from your break. All right, you're all ready for this? Need to flip that score around, don't we? This particular player is having one hell of a week. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We're here in semi-finals for Midweek Masters Season 2, Week 7. And Scatterbrained is on the verge of his best performance ever in our weekly $20,000 esports circuit. He's one game away from booking a grand finals day up against Anatan. And what better way to do it than with elephant dominance? He picks the Delhi up against Recon's Ayabids. Let's get to it. Trash Panda would also get his best performance if he made grand finals this week. But gotta say, with the way that Scatterbrain's been playing this, it's looking really good for him. This, however, is something of a Recon speciality. The first Civ that he jumped straight into, head first, non-stop spamming upon his return to Age of Empires 4, was Ibids. And he plays it funky. He plays it beautifully. Guys, this is the one that made me believe in Master Smiths. Recon, if there's anything to get him out of a bind and get him to a game number 5, this would be the Civ. An interesting matchup as well. Like, normally I think of Ibids against Delhi as you play a little bit of tempo, but then you're looking for Castle always as Ibids, but trying to bait Delhi to overinvest. The difference, though, is with the way that Recon plays Ibids, it's not about forcing an overinvestment, it's about full investment yourself. He goes for Master Smith's play because it allows him to get more than 1,000 resources worth of value, because he'll get every single tier 1 tech plus military academy, which is, I think, 1,050 resources in techs. Let's see if he does it in this game. There's probably no such thing as unbiased history. I'd say that Germany, the way they educate their students is probably the closest to unbiased, though. Because you have to remember, like, for most countries, like, history is essentially taught in a way that is meant to instill national pride and a sense of belonging with your culture, right? The way that I was taught the history of Britain, right? Like for example, like the British people will always be quick to tell you we're the first to abolish slavery. We're also one of the first to do it, in modern times anyway. But, you know, most countries do this, like America with Manifest Destiny. But when I learned about America's Manifest Destiny, the G word got thrown around a lot more. Which I probably shouldn't say this early in a YouTube video. But the thing with Germany, you have to remember, is like Germany, because of what happened in the World War, you have to treat it with an unbiased view, or not even an unbiased view, but also more a humble view and a shameful view. Because the alternative is you potentially instill nationalism, which stokes the fires for a repeat. Does that make sense? Oh, come on. After all that hyping up I done, he's doing Growth Wing. All right, guys, let's talk more about the history of history. We're not getting the funky Trash Panda today, no. But in fairness, against Delhi, like, growth can make sense. The problem with military wing Master Smiths is, like, Delhi will get blacksmith techs anyway. I think you're very hamstrung to try and find a timing against this type of Civ in the opening, because Delhi's just so good at ramping up. So instead, probably what we'll get out of Recon is him putting the extra gathering towards 1 or 2 units to try and control the map, like, say, a Desert Raider or 2. And then maybe just trying to skip out the age. It's got a decent spawn for it, right? Back berries, back gold. Supporting tree lines to kind of make it easier to hold. And these secondary and territory berries are pretty nicely placed here. Very open, but on the back at least. Sheep haul, how are we doing? 10 sheep, 18 for Scatterbrained. That's a rough beginning for Recon, considering both of these civs go on the berries. You believe equality is propaganda too? Well, it's because there's no such thing as equality, really. Like, the concept of equality is true, but, like, equality in itself is BS. Like, the idea of everyone living equally as well off is cool, but in reality, not achievable. You know what it's like? You know what, dude? You know what it's exactly like? It's like crypto. If you think about the concept of what crypto is trying to do, like, okay, yeah, I can get on board. That sounds really cool. But if there's just one bad actor, it breaks the whole system. So there's a really interesting video from... Oh, what's his name? He does, like, these educational videos about, like, economies around the world and stuff like that. Logically Answered, I think, was the one that done it. He done a video on how infinite positively scaling economies is possible, right? The idea of, like, positive, like, growth on an economy globally is technically feasible. But it would require that every country partakes and every country is not selfish. That is the only way you could achieve constant positive growth, at least on paper, with every country in the world. But it would never work because someone would want to do better by their own or themselves. And then everyone else would get screwed by it. You know, it's like the, you know when you watch those game shows and someone's like, it's the ones where if you both choose red, then, like, nobody gets the money. If one of you chooses red, then you get the money. If you both choose blue, you split the money sort of thing, right? It's that type of thing. It's the full extremes of the trustful. Who do I trust in here, though? Recon, he's gone for spears. I actually really like this type of approach. I think it was Marine Lord that was doing this a lot recently. Vortex as well. Against Delhi, it's surprisingly effective. Just adding in a litter of units at the beginning. Usually you don't try to go full feudal with this, though. Like, you're still kind of keeping one hand on the host of the castle. We're all equal before the crypto rug pulls, unless we're an insider. Guys, I'm actually feeling a bit poor. Is it time to set up a pigeon coin? I would probably delay setting up a pigeon coin if we got some gifted subs. Oh my god, is this the new strategy to do good by the world? Get bribed to not do bad? Like, you know, in an ideal world, everyone would agree to not pick Delhi. And, like, you might even be able to get May in on that call and be like, I won't pick Delhi. But then on the day, and he gets, like, let's say, like, he gets in against, like, who's the other prolific Delhi spammer? Voldemar, right? Like, Voldemar's just there training, and then he gets that challenge to get top 5 with, like, Delhi only. Because that happened before, when May queues into Voldemar, now he's like, oh, I don't want to pick Delhi. I agree to not do it finally. But, like, you might pick Delhi. So now, because I'm worried you're going to pick Delhi, I'm going to pick Delhi. There you go. That's how you relate to Age of Empires 4. Jazz hands. God, if we keep going down this political route, I'm just going to become a just chatting streamer. I mean, in fairness, they do make the money. Actually, I don't know if they do. I've never... So I represent a lot of gaming creators, not many just chatting creators. Definitely not political commentators. In some ways, you can make money. But, like, not by traditional sponsorships. Because, like, a big part of why Twitch has been seeing ad rev drive down and has been struggling to get sponsors into the platform is the whole political streams are taking over. And if you think about, like, Coca-Cola doesn't really want to be a part of that, you know what I mean? Like, those type of brands don't want to be. You know, this is like, it's interesting when you think about why a lot of brands don't do gaming or YouTube or whatever, because this type of thing. Like, part of it is they don't need it. The other part is that it does more damage than they gain profitability. So let me do an example here, guys. Do you remember PewDiePie and the Disney thing and what happened there? Think about what happened to Disney's stock value. How much did they lose millions-wise because of that? Even though they cut ties initially, they would have lost out. That's what these big companies are thinking about all the time. Like a great example of this is... is everyone familiar with Blippi? So Blippi... We've got time talking about this because it's just a stare down. Recon, when he plays this way, he tends to stockpile big army before committing. So Blippi, it's this kid's TV show. He filmed it all on like a hand cam, and he sold it to, I think it was Amazon or Netflix. I think it's Amazon. And years later, he featured in an adult video where I think it was either him or the girl was eating crap or something like that. Imagine what that does to your Blippi IP. I'm surprised they actually still are able to sell that. You know, that does have a slight negative impact on the value of the purchase. Oh, dear. We are reaching that point, by the way, where these type of influencers channels are getting picked up by big brands. Like, I think Netflix picked up Miss Rachel, if I'm not mistaken. And must have paid her a lot. Miss Rachel, for those who don't know, she created her own YouTube channel to create videos for her kid because she didn't like the quality of the cartoons and stuff that existed. So she just created it for her kids, but then it got really big. Like, we're talking millions and millions of views on every single video. It got humongous. And then I think earlier this year, she got acquired by, I want to say it was Netflix. Sorry, Moonbug. Moonbug picked her up. And I think it's Amazon as well. And she would have made millions off of that. It is a weird experience, though, because, like, if you think about it, you've kind of just sold your face at that point. It's a character of you, but still. And it's permanent, right? Like, it's not temporary, like, for example, when Ninja goes to Mixer for 2 years. God, now I'm just getting... I don't know why. That's giving me weird flashbacks to... You guys watch Community? Do you remember the Subway guy? Who has no identity? He is Subway. Oh, dear. Alright, I think we're ready for the clash soon. Recon's been doing a good job of starving off the Sacred Site control from Scatterbrained. He hasn't really been getting that much out of it, right? Military-wise, he's also keeping up. Easier said than done sometimes with Irobids, but the key difference here is that he got the growth wing, so his eco is always inflated. The other weird thing is Scatterbrained, he skipped on worker production. Yeah, he's almost, he's what, 75% of a worker behind without textiles. Flock of chickens chasing the sheep. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing chickens in. I think chickens should just be like very sporadic. Another idea that I floated around was the idea of having like herds of things like gazelles or bison or whatever that would have a patrol route around the map. And as they come by a location, you could like club them down and eat them there. That would be a really cool idea of like a dynamic food source that moves around the map. Scatterbrain. I mean, Recon, we're a bit obvious here. He's going to get sniped on the Scholar. Wow, and Scatterbrain, even though he sees the Horseman, he's just sending it. Shotgun loaded, ready to unload some. Got a shot here. 35 archers, pretty strong for him. Recon just trying to use the little time left before the main engagement to snipe some reinforcements. Fire armor is going to make it very difficult to just burn down this infrastructure. So instead, we're going to see Scatterbrain diving into the base, but there's already a defense force there. No Desert Raider, by the way. Horseman still cutting reinforcements. Scatterbrain's on the clock. He needs a big fight and a big win now. One worker kill. Could go for a second. Target fire coming through. Just trying to remove the Spearman. Yeah, at this stage, it kind of feels like the Spearman should just be going in. Worker's now getting sniped. And it's all falling apart. He's broken through. Scatterbrained. Ghazi on top of the workers. The Horsemen still aren't here. Recon is going to be late to his own defense, and this is bad news for the workers. No textiles, nowhere to safely be. Even the gate isn't safe here due to the archers. Chase down underway, and Scatterbrained about to get big value off of this. He's now ahead on the worker count. Horseman still hesitating to engage. There's a few spearmen, not to mention the guards can beat the Horsemen. On the spread of the clash, Recon almost ready for Castle, but the price has definitely been high off the back of this. He's going to reform Spearman. Not getting on the Ghazi just yet. Recon able to pull the Horseman away. Still not ready to trigger the castle. Scatterbrain. Line is spinning a bit now. So Recon should be able to hold here. But this looks ugly. Yeah, 9 worker kills there. He's down by 2 workers overall compared to Scatterbrain. Now, luckily, 2 worker difference is sustainable. There's not many sacred sites locked in. And he's about to go castle. So game definitely not over. By some miracle, Recon isn't just down and out after that. I think we definitely had additional idle time, right? Because he only got 3 extra, so there's a 6 difference, but there's only a 2 difference here. So there's been a lot of idle time on the TC from Scatterbrain. He was so focused on the micro. He may have just screwed himself over. What? That was pretty impressive. I'm shocked Recon did not lose more workers there. I mean, 9 sounds like a lot, but because the idle time is just not at all. And to make matters worse, you see how focused Scatterbrain was on the micro there. He couldn't handle all the tasks because he wasn't capturing the other sacred sites. He wasn't queuing villagers constantly in the TC. He was so locked in on the army, he missed out on key crucial details to build an advantage here. Now Recon aging up in a situation where militarily he's not that far behind. Absolutely wild. I can't believe what we just watched. When it matters most, Recon's multifaceted focus may have just actually pulled him back into this series to maybe force a game number 5. Unless Scatterbrain has something to say about it. Recon 30 seconds out from a tech up. He'll then also have AoE healing. Not the best against 24 archers total, but there's only 17 on the front line. Yeah, 17, which are going to end up doing... What was that, like 80 damage, 90 damage per attack? It's not enough to insta-kill dervishes. And horsemen. Well, there is at least spears there, so won't suffer. We dive into the base. Small group of spearmen held in reserve. I think the Ghazi may be running a bit too fast here. But maybe, just maybe, he can find what he's looking for this time. Recon, way too many workers out here. He's going to lose 5 more. Oh my god, the pathing is not helping either. Textiles try and minimize the losses. But he needs an answer stat. Because the worker lead is now going to build. The army's just going to dive here. And this is good news for Scatterbrain, right? He can sack his army to get an age up behind this while building a worker lead. Recon needs a clean up stat. Does intercept before it gets worse, but that's now a pretty damn healthy 8 worker lead for Scatterbrain. He is going to be throwing away the entire army for this, though. He's still... Okay, God. He's just everywhere now. All right, even if he skips worker production, this is enough raiding that is going to be worthwhile. House of Learning now queued up. Age up on the way. Recon. He's got 1 relic picked up so far. This is not the big gain he's looking for. Needs at least 3 to justify this. Archery mass has been cleared. He's got vet archers now to play with. And with the Ghoulims coming out, Scatterbrain shouldn't be able to sustain him much longer. We've also been able to chase away the little raiders. An ugly, ugly looking age up for Recon. He's going to need a counterattack. You know what? Scatterbrain is not going to have much to defend with against it. Already yoinks the relic in the mid-map. Other 2 might actually go to Scatterbrain, but this does look like at least 3 relics for Recon. Army's going to get brained from being too scattered here. Sorry, I had to do it at least once. Chat's all over it. Honestly, I don't think Recon's dead here. Position's fairly tenable. Oh, God. I had to say it, didn't I? Not that. Anything but that. Don't build that. Please. Yeah, war elephants are kind of a problem here. Because it turns out war elephants... they took the war piece a little bit too literally. They're not vegetarians. They actually have a taste of camel. And ever since they got a taste, they like it a bit too much. So that's going to be a problem. This would be good if he can achieve it, though. Scatterbrain doesn't get that relic home. So it's looking like it could be a 4 relic game for Recon. The problem here in this matchup, actually, against War Elephants, is your Camel Lancers should lose. And you don't usually build crossbowmen with Irobids. You build archers. So War Elephants just kill everything. He needs to see it straight away. The best thing Scatterbrain could do is hide the elephants, but he kind of has to reveal it due to the lack of army. And there you go. He gets the info early. Wow, look. You almost took 100 HP off of him. But at least now he knows, right? So he can switch gears. It's kind of tough. I mean, if Recon had been starting to spam Spearman at the age up, he'd look really good right now because Scatterbrain lost all of his archers, if you remember that dive. Put him in a really bad position. Okay, there's just something so ironic about a triple Sacred Site cap against Delhi. Like, what am I looking at in this game? Recon. What's the switch up going to be? What could you answer war elephants with outside of crossbowmen? Or spears? You know, the siege wouldn't help you, right? He's going to go for it anyway. I mean, Recon is a really big fan of Manjaniques. I noticed that quickly upon his return. Some intriguing games against certain Malian players revealed it. He loves these things. What's the point of armoring elephants if riders are vulnerable? Because animal lives are more important than human lives. There, did that explain it? 1 month left for the new DLC? Hell yeah. We're going to have to do a subathon. Is it time? Finally do one? I don't know. Not sure about that. Okay, so this Manjanique is worthless. Seriously, there's no way it survives this. I'd be shocked. Mahout's just completed. Yeah, these war elephants with Mahouts are in cahoots with Nike. They've got too much movement speed, and it is just gone. 600 resource down the drain. Camels are doing a good job at intercepting reinforcements, though. That's buying time. And we do have the crossbow switch we're waiting for. So Recon, transitioning into the unit type. They'll need to save his bacon. Which is a confusing thing to say when there's 2 Muslim civs involved. But he's at risk of being slaughtered like a pig here. Goes into the base. It's the correct call, actually. Recon, able to get some worker kills. A lot of time that can be achieved here. The problem with war elephants is they're really brutal to fight, but it's kind of like an oversized tank that just has the tiniest treads in the world. Like, it can't really move, right? So if we just stay away from it, like, you know that really, really chubby kid that wants to try and beat you up in the playground when you were a kiddo? But he wasn't very fast. And you know what I'm going to say the solution was to avoiding getting beaten up? Just walk away from him. War elephants are the same. Walk away! Walk away! I can't believe, even for a second, he thought that was a good fight. I think that might have been auto-attack betraying him there. Oh my God. Congrats. Half HP, you lost 2 camels. So you just lost 480 resources. A war elephant costs 750. That's a pretty good trade. Elephants going into the base now. Okay, so like a wall is the plan here because there's mass archers. That's not going to work. Yep, he's already dead. There's no front line. I think this is over. Scatterbrain is successfully diving the enemy base and defending his own with elephants. These things are out of control. Can we just agree it finally? There's been some holdouts where it's like, no, it's fun seeing war. I think we've seen enough war elephant games at this point to definitively say these guys do too much. We have an elephant epidemic. We need to drop them off in the middle of the ocean and let the sharks have them. Okay, there's too many in these games. When are we getting shark riders added to Age of Empires 4? I'm kind of surprised Age of Mythology never had that, actually. Didn't make crossbows as a skill issue. It's like a difficult transition to make work, really. The problem is he just didn't see it soon enough. I think my problem with war elephants is like crossbows is your only solution. You have to scale it quite quickly, right? And that's kind of the issue I usually take with war elephants. They keep buffing spearmen, and spearmen still doesn't feel like a great solution. I think it's because archer war elephants is just way too easy of a complementary 2-unit build. Like, I saw someone highlight this recently. Like, what was it? He was saying, yeah, like, the Delhi player had 10 scholars and it was out healing 20 crossbowmen trying to kill an elephant. That's where they really get ridiculous. Because, like, we didn't even get to that stage. He never needed to pull the scholars to save him. But think about how disgusting the game looks when that happens. Freaking war elephants, man. I'm mixed feelings on it because I like how uniquely different war elephants are, but this is also the dangerous balance of asymmetrical design where they're probably overperforming a bit. Even if you're a Delhi fan at this point, I think you have to admit they're performing a bit too well. For the cost, for sure. And guess what, guys? 1 month till new DLC, and then we get more elephants! By the way, anyone who wants to say Desert Raiders would have beat this instead, they wouldn't. Desert Raiders also will just, like, get slapped around by war elephants. The problem with war elephants is anything melee-based, in theory, if you surround them, there are certain melees that can beat them, like spearmen. But in actuality, like, if there's 5 war elephants in a line, you can't surround them. So melee sucks against war elephants. That's always the problem. It's like the idea, the theory crafting of I will surround it only works in a vacuum where you've got 1 war elephant versus the same cost in spearmen. And the spearmen run around the war elephant and then they start killing them. But like, this is the problem with taking things in a vacuum. It's disingenuous to an RTS where you build multiple units. You have to take it as the whole, not just the sum, right? Not just the parts, right? It has to be the sum of the parts. And oh no! 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 Get out of here! He takes 2 seconds to eat me. That'll be enough for a GG. Scatterbrain has done it. His best performance ever. Now locked in. The question mark is whether he will be able to beat his fellow Belarusian to achieve a first and be a midweek muster champion. And that is someone we're going to be finding out very, very soon. Draft should already be underway. So a 3-1 victory for Scatterbrain coming through. I don't know if that one's uploadable, really. We've had quite a few elephant games at the moment. All right. Now, remember, opening map is going to be Carmel. There are no bans. So we will, if the series goes long enough, see Bazaar. Look at that. Dude, the Belarusians have taken over. That is a full Belarus Grand Finals. For the first time ever. For the first time ever in Age of Empires 4 with a global tournament. Having to dress up for the finals? Oh, bro. What's that small screen on my desk? This? Or this? Because this is not small. This is like a 17-inch OLED monitor. This is my beautiful laptop from PC Specialist. Exclamation mark PCS. Go check them out, guys. They're sponsoring us throughout the rest of the year. This is a Stream Deck. So I can use it to flip all the different scenes that we have. But it's even useful for things outside of like stream-related stuff. A lot of people who don't do streaming use these now. So they're great for setting up shortcuts on your desktop. If you do editing, they're great for like setting up edit shortcuts. You have things like I've got Spotify on here. So I can literally just like start, stop Spotify by pressing these buttons here. There's loads of things that people use them for. I think one of my favorite uses is someone played Helldivers and he used one to do the input codes to summon like turrets and stuff. Yeah, Stream Decks have like reached the point where they're not just for streamers anymore. Definitely worth checking out. If you have a look and decide you want one, by the way, be sure to check out our code because we will be able to get you a discount if you use that. Let's update title because we're now in the Grand Finals Thursday. Whoop, whoop. And draft for game 1, it's going to be Japan Shushi. So we're not just getting Pro Scout civs in theory. I'll give it to Anatan. I've actually enjoyed watching him on Carmel because he doesn't just like normie Pro Scouts, right? Okay, I really don't get the mailboxer guy. Like, what is he begging for? A sub, Kappa? Yeah, there's literally just like his chat history is just please, I beg you all the time. Oh, stretchy. Just talking to Rico in the background. There's some praise coming in for his opponent. The Royal Mail Manager. Oh, there you go. We can't reveal our secrets. All right, so there we go. Game 1 that can be loading in now. Now would be a good time to get yourself a drink, by the way. We've got a few minutes until we start. Whoop, whoop. And schedule-wise, I think we're doing well. We're at 4 p.m. In theory, we'll be done in time for me to reach the earlier train. Because I didn't want to take the mic. I'm staying with a friend in London, and I was like, I might have to arrive at yours at like 10:30 p.m. Sorry. Oh my god. The extra things I might have to prep for? Blimey. Why am I going to London? So there's an event called the Esports Leaders London event. So there's a lot of people from brands and teams and everything else that come together for conference. What's that word I'm looking for? To network. And I'm going to be moderating and hosting the stage for that event. Hey, sup, Corv? How's it going, buddy? Glad you enjoyed the raid. Hope you had a good stream, mate. Just in time for grand final showdown between Scatterbrained and Anatan. Can you believe it? Scatterbrained first time in the grand finals. Brain will scatter now? Dude, I was saying, it's like first ever full Belarus international finals. Boom. First ever full Belarus international AoE 4 finals. How about that for a mouthful, but an interesting little fact? Oh, we need to change necktie, don't we? Well, dude, I'm doing, like, you know I'm a one-man show, right? We're doing all this stuff. Yeesh. In honor of the elephants, as tribute, I offer up an elephant tie for the war elephants. Oh, the collar is so small, it's going to look so bad. Oh. Corv is like, damn, where do I get this tie? Oops, I think I just done it the wrong way around. Oops. Honestly, I don't even know if you can get this tie anymore. I got this years and years ago. Pretty banging. Oh no, I've done a really short tie. Oh, it's so short. Oh well, it works. Beauty of you not being able to see the bottom half of me. That and how fat my ass is after all of those feta cheese and potato dinners in Greece. Who's ready for it? Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Don't know why. My head always goes there. When someone says, you ready? I'm like, y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. I think that's a good place in life to be, you know? When you hear elephants screaming in the game, you get scared. Don't worry, no need to be scared. The humans are the ones getting hurt. A first time ever in the history of Age of Empires 4, an international tournament, grand finals, and it's a full Belarusian lineup. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's grand finals time here in the midweek muster, and it is indeed correct. I forgot to update that. I knew there's one thing. Scatterbrain just 3-1'd Recon to get through into the grand finals up against his fellow countryman Anatan in a best of 7 face-off. Hype it up. This is going to be cool. We even get Japan on the opening Carmel map instead of your standard Roost versus Shushi, which just kind of feels like the shoe-in, the go-to, the obvious that you expect to see every time. Yeah, and for good reason. Pro Scout civs are most desirable because the amount of deer on this map is quite frankly insane. Like, I think there's only one map in the history of competitive Age of Empires 4 that has more deer than this. This map has 58 deer. I believe there's one map that has more, and it's Skargard, which I believe had 72 deer. You heard me correctly. There was a time where we thought that was a good idea. In fairness to us, we were naive. I know. In fairness to us, though, we thought it was a good idea because back then, Pro Scouts wasn't popular. So the idea of like something that wasn't sheep-based was really cool. Oh, how naive we were. Love this beginning from Anatan, though. Knows he needs to build a farmhouse because it's his house. So he optimizes it by building it out towards the deer to get that better gathering rate. This is a cool solution towards a quicker fetal timing if you don't want to go wheelbarrow. Because technically, if you want to get the better gathering rate, the play is you go wheelbarrow and then gather on the berries. But he'll just save them for later. Other side, Scatterbrained. We should just be expecting Pro Scouts here. Like, I'd be very shocked if a Shushi pit came in and didn't Pro Scout. It's quite rare. Did we get predictions up? Or do I need to do it? I'll do it. All right, predictions. Let's have a look. So, Scatterbrained versus Anatan. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Let's see how many people... Wait, you got it, Scarecrow? Do it. Do it. I wonder how many people are going to back Scatterbrained. I mean, he's been pretty impressive this week. But I will say, like, of all the players competing at the moment, the obvious boogeyman is definitely Anatan. Scar and Anno know each other very well. I believe so. I believe the 2 primary scrim partners for Scatterbrained, if I'm not mistaken, are Anatan and B. Which would explain how he's been coming this far this quickly, right? What's the reason that Shushi and China are so good at Pro Scouts? Multiple things. So the taxation gets you extra gold to get there quicker. And then with supervision, you research faster. A tech that is meant to be balanced because it takes 1 minute and 15 only takes you 30 seconds with the Imperial officials. It's ridiculous. And then you talk about supervision to produce more scouts quickly. It just feels like it's very hard to ever stop China and Shushi from pro scouting. Especially on standard maps where the spawn is further apart. Like those type of maps, it just feels like a foregone conclusion. You won't be able to stop them. Meditation Garden now in. Pretty good one, by the way. Gets the berries. Yeah, didn't get that triangle formation of berries, so it's not completely broken. But this is still good. 72 food and probably about 15, 16 wood, maybe. Yo, what's up, ZB0 tier? Appreciate it, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It is Grand Finals Thursday. I wouldn't want you guys to miss a moment of this. So how many sheep we look... Oh. Nani? 25 sheep. Really well played by Anatan. And this is all because of the farmhouse opening. He leveraged the initial 3 deer so well, it let him stay out for longer. Look at that rider rotation he done. He barely came home. Hence why he is just bringing such a flock. 21 sheep. This is what you need against Pro Scouts. Because you don't really want to be Pro Scouts in Japan. It sounds a bit weird. And by the way, guys, because it's Pro Scouts from Shushi, have you noticed what Anatan is doing? This is just a fast castle. As quickly as is humanly possible for Japan. It's kind of like when you watched H3 used to do it with like the mine work and 1 villager build. Same thing here. If you had Cal's UI, yeah, but the problem with Cal's UI is I haven't looked in detail. But my understanding is it is a game mode. Is that correct? That is just not feasible for tournaments unless you get all tournaments on board. And even then, you're going to have the teething issue of players failing to use it correctly multiple times. That's the issue. In theory, it's cool, but in actuality, like, you basically like have to drill it into the players to use. Is it not game mode? Someone told me it's a game mode. Or the players need it, right? Like, I was told something about the players need it and you need to link into your AoE full world as well. Is that correct, Kilyadi? Like I said, I haven't looked into it in full detail, but I was told there's multiple steps. And as I heard there's multiple steps, I was like, okay, players are going to mess this up. Didn't do anything. Okay, well, I'll have to look into it. If it's easy, we'll start using it. I just try to avoid more complicated things because you've got a mixture of pro players and upcoming players. And although it's good to get them ready for it, because it's open scheduling format, we can't be there to police through and make sure everyone does everything all the time. Kilyadi knows exactly where I'm going with this. We had huge issues with people forgetting to use the correct dry Arabia in recent weeks. It's not public? If not, that's another problem. But like I said, I haven't had a chance to look at it in detail. I just got back from holiday. We literally got back from holiday late on Tuesday, and then we were streaming Wednesday and Thursday. How about that for commitment? No break day. And then I'm hosting an event on Friday, networking with it on Saturday, and then probably casting EGC on Sunday. I think I need another holiday. So I know he did build a few spinmen here, by the way. Just to try and stop the greed from his side of the map, which is pretty cool. Like, Scatterbrain was getting a little bit out of line, trying to drag deer from the enemy side. And now he's ready for the age up. So Floating Gate coming through. How's my holiday? It wasn't too bad. We went to Zakynthos, an island off the coast of Greece. It was refreshing. Freya learned to swim with armbands on. Ezra turned one. It's good vibes. There is always a worry when you're like your own employer of like the money you miss out on and everything else. This is the thing. It's really like I think I've talked about this before. It's really unhealthy when you're a streamer. The concept of taking breaks. Like, it should be okay to just take a break. But because of the momentum-based nature of content creation, where, like, you, like, oh, maybe people forget about us. It's like, you think, oh, I'm going to come back and the viewership's not going to be there. It's going to take time to build back up, and I need that viewership to get money, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's very hard to, like, unshackle yourself and move away. But I had to... You have to, like, be able to trust that you can do it. You know what I mean? It's not healthy to live the other way. A lot of creators do, and they just burn themselves out. Like, you're mentally killing yourself doing that. The other one is like on our creator agency side. I needed to be able to trust that my fellow partners in the business can handle things while I'm away. Because otherwise, that's unhealthy too. Apparently, so is messing with the pig. Cheeky from Anatand. He went for a few Bugatia, by the way. So this is to stop pro scouts. Or at least slow it down. I know. He's already got the first Mount Samurai out. The problem is, when you play against Mount Lu Academy, the catch-up is just so quick from Shushi. This tech right here, regional inspection. I mean, it's like the Pulse of Swabia effect for military when you think about it. Supervision is already insanely busted with all its applicability, but this double up on the production rate is ludicrous. It ends up taking you 8.5 seconds, I believe it is, to pump out a Lancer. Geisha being a little bit annoying, like that. Just slow down the gold income. Won't be able to delay it long, though. Scatterbrain, interesting opening. Went straight into the crossbowman. Yeah, just trying to address the Mount Samurai early. I think some more streamers should embrace the fact that people will value their content even higher when they have to do without them for some time. Exactly. But I think the problem is most streamers have been taught to take the Stockholm Syndrome approach. You need to keep drilling it into people to get them on board. And it makes sense. Like the thing about Twitch you have to keep in mind is when you're just Twitch focused, when you're not online, you're technically losing money. It's not like YouTube. Like YouTube, I put up a video, and that video, even if I'm not there, if I go on holiday for 2 weeks, the video could still get 1 million people watch it across those 2 weeks. With streaming, if you're not live those 2 weeks, right? Like that's the difference. That's why I say, like, that's why I tell my content creators, like, even if you're strong on Twitch, try to build your other platforms. It just gives you so much more anchorage and safety. Also, in general, being one platform, like being platform agnostic is really bad. It's agnostic. Because if that platform goes kaput tomorrow, you're dead. That's scary. That's really scary. That's the thing I don't envy about people like that are one game only casters as well. If your game goes kaputski tomorrow, you're done. Like, I mean, Dash had this in a big way if you think about it, right? Like, after he didn't get renewed for League of Legends, that's a scary position to be in. Like, where do you go now? Done League your whole life. So we've reached castle on both sides. I like the way Anatan's playing this. Like, he's just avoiding the direct engagement and playing for the pocketed areas, understanding that this is a gold race and there's not much gold. Yuumi switch is pretty intriguing. Yeah, like, your opponent hasn't been forced into spears. If this was spear crossbow, Yuumi is solid. It beats everything. That's a fair one for Vagabond. When Korea found out they didn't have Twitch support anymore, like, that was a crazy one to think about. Like, that flips your world upside down overnight. In today's world, everything is scary. Job business feels like anything can happen. Sure, but it's like different applicability of skill sets. In theory, if you're good at content creation, you can build it again from scratch. But it's a very different environment to the way you build up than, like, for example, I got fired from this company, but I now still have 5 years of software dev experience. Let me go get another job, right? Man, the Relic's just getting denied like this. Skybrains has actually played this pretty damn well. Yeah, I mean, there's 2 already home, but we expected Anno to get at least 1. The fact that now you can guard the triangle of 3 on the east side, Anno's army isn't exactly great here, right? Like, less Cav and then just Yuumi filling the gap. KPMM was ripping a hole in your afternoons? Oh, no. Well, this is the problem. See, like, look, Scarecrow, you think you're helping. It's the opposite. Oh, I went and watched Magic streams. See? You replaced me. Go on. Must stream more. Skybrain now with the retrieval. This could still be 3 relic split in favor of Anno, though. Definitely up in the air, but oh boy, that Shinto's not in the right place. Oops. He's marching forward, but guys, like, this Yuumi force is not threatening. These aren't veteran Yuumi at all. They're plastic Yuumi against knights. Oh my god, I think Anno baited himself. He was expecting spears for sure. He's gonna see the Lancers now. Can at least snipe the Monk before he retrieves that relic. Best thing the Yuumi can do. It's so weird. Did he forget? Because, guys, he's got Steeled Arrow too, but he doesn't have Veterancy for Yuumi. This is odd. This is really weird. He's trying to target fire down. Good micro of it so far. I mean, I'll give it to Anno. That was a better fight than you would have expected for half of his army being Yuumi. Like, he's got the gold, right? Like, this must have been an oversight with no veterancy. The crazy part, though, is it's still advantageous. He's raiding into the base. He's holding reasonably on the front side. This is now looking bad, though. The Lancers have massed up. 11 in total. There's going to be full spear spam. Anatan. I mean, when you're this far behind on heavy cav, it's not really an option just a heavy cav. Especially against pro scouts. Spearmen coming in. They're not vetted either. Where are the veterancies? Oh my god. It's like living on Ibiza. You'll die before you reach old age from all the drinking. I mean, no one is becoming a vet. It's bad news for the cats on the island. I'm sorry, I had to do it. This is... Whew. This is not a great position for Anno right now. There we go. So he finally does it. We've got veterancy for Spearman coming through. I'm wondering if it was intentional by Anno or he forgot. Now he's like the hoping of how it could be intentional. He wasn't sure yet what Scatterbrain was building into fully. He wanted to see the full picture before he committed one way or the other. Still, like the savings you make by delaying that commitment do feel eclipsed by the losses of troops there. Now the loss of earnings on the flank. Farm count is at least decent courtesy of the Kura storehouse. And this is the thing, Kura's just way too good. You just can't resist it. Samurai just didn't get scared away. Scatterbrain has a gold problem soon, right? This is his last safe vein. He's going to be out into the center, but yeah, he's already anchored in. Okay, if Anatan can't turf him out of here before he's got 2k gold off of this, it's going to look really bad. In fairness, Anatan is being very lean with his gold. Notice what he's done now. It's just full Yumi speared. No gold needed. I like that. On this type of map, it's very hard to just consistently pump things like Mad Samurai. The monastery is finally up on the backside, so Shinto Shrine now getting garrisoned. So it's going to be a 3-2 split in favor of Anatan. Really important as well. As the game goes later and later, it does feel like Japan often gets pushed into these gold-heavy oriented options. You know, Mass Samurai, Mass Mounted Samurai, the Onimusha. Hand Cannoneers are incredible because of the Yumi Bannerman buff. A lot of reasons to go in that direction. Ball's coming up as well. I mean, good timing by Anno. Unless Scatterbrain real... Oh, he doesn't have a scout. This might be a big whoopsie if he... Hold on a sec. Oh no, it's a whoopsie the other way. Oh no. Okay, he's got level 2 wheelbarrow. And remember, Scatterbrain doesn't know what he's looking for yet. He knows the rough areas, but he hasn't seen it without a scout. We'll find the spearmen. Those spearmen are outnumbered. They at least have the veterancy, so they'll trade a little bit better, but best thing you can do is run for the wall. The wall's not complete, but once again, Scatterbrain, yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't have a scout. And now, oh my god! The backstab! Scatterbrain, it's a trap! Try and skirt around it as best he can while Lol scares off the one diver into the base. 3 knights going down. A lot of health lost overall for the composition. What a move by Anno. Are you kidding me? Just go left. The Scatterbrain. He's learning the hard way why you send a scout with the lances. Well, Lol, can he stagger it? No, that one's on cooldown, so it will be an escape for Scatterbrain. Banatan now in a bloody good position in this opening game. Oh my god. I mean, you know, still a lot of lances, but if you think about it, the way Anatan's been building to scale to counter this comp, Scatterbrain's kind of like 2 steps behind, right? Like he's outmassed, now he's out-countered. Took heavy hits on the quality units he has. He's going for a cheek switch. Triple forward archery. But Anno knows, right? He got the value out of it there. He revealed it. He done some damage. And he's already switching up gears here. Now going into the Horseman. I think if Scatterbrain can't find a strike in like the next 2 minutes, he's going to get outscaled. The Yoroshiro TC is building. Yumi now diving. Scatterbrain, love that. Anatan gets right on top of him before revealing it. No reaction. Scatterbrain finally moves away. 5 villages worse off for it, though. Spearman chasing away the lances. The split is just looking ugly. Mad Samurai now into the base, intercepting the Chug. Nothing is going Scatterbrain's way anymore. It's crazy how good this looked from just a few minutes ago. Anatan getting caught out without the veterancies. Map control looking like it was going Scatterbrain's way. But just a few pieces of wall and a lack of vision is all it took to flip the script. Now, Anno does need to be careful about the cheek mass. It's getting big. And his Yumi will melt to this. So, like, show some respect here. You took a good advantage. Don't press it too aggressively right now. Yeah, he needs to wait for Horseman. Everything else he's built dies to Zhugnu. I'm going to get caught out. Take a few lances with them, but I swear, when you see repeater bows in the natural environment where they're meant to be used, damn, do they look strong. I wonder if Scatterbrain's suspicious. He's building more knights, but although they can hold horsemen, you need enough of them. And horsemen, they're going to jump right on it. There we go. Ranged armor upgrade's already in. And that's a full force to retreat from just 8 horsemen. Why is the time necessary? A reminder, food income will remain good for Anatan. He's got the deer. He's got the berries. Berries are phenomenal for Japan, remember. They gather quicker off of berries than Delhi do. And now it's a full blob send. The Chug, at this point, you're probably A-clicking instead of target firing, which means you're just wasting time on horsemen. Scatterbrain looks dead. Scattered to the ashes in game number 1. Anatan, even just target firing down with the remaining Yumi to make sure there's no longer any threat at all. Yeah, just great transitions. Anatan, that critical moment was the raid on the backside. Scatterbrain just getting caught off guard and then sandwiched. I mean, sure, that many lances didn't go down right. I think it was 4 or 5 in total, but the health bar loss mattered more. Because in the follow-up fight, Scatterbrain just didn't have the health to keep pushing. Now Scatterbrain doesn't have a leg to stand on in this opening game. Powerful display of the Japanese out of Anatan. And a firm reminder why vision wins games. If you're a filthy pro scout, if you're shoo-sheeing until the moon goes down, remember, every once in a while, it's a good idea to send one of those scouts with the main arm. G to the G. I think I know what we're calling that one as well. That's got to be about the wall, right? All right, we'll probably, by the way, we'll probably cast Recon versus B on Monday. So game 1 to Anno. The left side win. Let's see where the boys are taking us next. Who's new sponsor? It is PC Specialist, baby. They came back. We've worked with them before, but they renewed with us all the way through to the end of the year. So PC Specialist will be part of our streams for the entirety of the remainder of 2025. Really big shout out for that. It's always like heartwarming as a content creator when you're able to get some brands on board for more than just like a one-off. So if you are on the lookout for a PC fully built, an all-in-one, a laptop, whatever it is, be sure to check out PC Specialist. We've been using this laptop now to upgrade the quality of our streams to the moon and beyond. And this thing has delivered above and beyond. Yeah, been an absolute pleasure using this thing the whole time. And if you use my code, by the way, Pigeon40, you will save yourself 40 quid off of a new purchase. Doesn't sound like a lot, but honestly, when you're talking about these PC builds, there's not much in the way of savings to be had. Because, like, to be honest, like, good quality PC building companies, they don't have much in the way of profit because of what they have to pay the parts anyway. But let's get ready to go. Ooh. I almost forgot this map existed and how absolutely bonkers it can be. Socotra is back. That's right. I wasn't expecting this. My admin snuck this one in. I just didn't glance at it first. And it's here in the Grand Finals. The first ever full Belarusian international Grand Finals in Age of Empires 4. Scatterbrained with the English. A powerful pick is always here. Anatan has gone for the HRE. What is he up to? HRE is not really the one you would expect to see. English on the menu kind of makes you feel like you can't do much, but I have a feeling that Anno is going to be going for like a minework type build here. He's usually a big fan of it. Yeah, Anatan and B are probably leading the way when it comes to minework strategies. They are borderline obsessed with these things. And you can definitely see a lot of value for it here against the English. It gives you good tempo timing with Archer Mass, with Steel Arrow and Undermesh, but it also then gives you a great transition into Horseman with the All Pikes tech. The Skybrained, a little bit surprised though. We did not get a ball pull. No, I think Anatan is shocked too. English on this map, if you guys remember, it's been a while. When we used to see Socotra, it was all about this central ball, which, by the way, did the map get updated? Because that is a perfectly balanced ball. Socotra used to have a really big issue where sometimes it would spawn the ball here or here, and that was huge bias to one player or the other, which was bad design. I'm hoping that the map has been updated for this to be consistent, because that is a centralized ball. That's about as balanced as it gets. But yeah, English is usually favored most on this map for the ball pull, because any other Civ shows up, you have short bows, you beat them. There are a few exceptions, so like for example, if you're English and I pick Mongols, you know, Spearmen can come along and contest you, but even more than that, Horsemen would run you out of town. Supporting the stream until the end of the year. Smart people working at PC Specialists. Oh, yes. Nice people as well. I mean, it's so nice. Like, I think that the part that a lot of people don't see when it comes to content creation and casting and hosting and all this kind of stuff is the lack of clarity. The insecurity of it, right? It's like a lot of us are sponsor deals come like month to month, whatever. We don't know how good or bad it's going to be necessarily. So it's always, it means the world to me when we have a sponsor that comes in. It's like, we're going to support you all this way through. Same with casting, actually. Like, I always love the Red Bull guys to this. You know, Red Bull, you know, historically in the past, they'll contact you well in advance for like Wall sort of thing, which is really nice. Whereas like, I've had other tournament organizers that will contact me a week before an event. And it just puts you in this position where you can never like plan something out or plan what you're doing ahead. Because you never know when you need to be working. Okay, so we have got mine work here, by the way. Other side is going to be Abbey of Kings. Yeah, no council hall. Tree chopping as well. So he is going to be going for the boar. Okay, this late though? Does that work? This is really late. Because Anno, he sees it. He sees it straight away. Okay, Outpost is coming up. If Anno just opens Horseman here, surely. Even maybe Spears, because your opponent just went for boar play and he's playing Abbey of Kings, so he doesn't have archers. There's good options here for Anno. Because if you open Spears, you can transition into Men-at-Arms afterwards. It's a little bit dicey, though, because like English Men-at-Arms are really good in Feudal. So yeah, Stables instead. Because the problem is, if you turn it into Men-at-Arms, your opponent goes Men-at-Arms, and he has healing better than you do. So Horseman just makes sense. Because then you force your opponent into the Spears, and then you follow up archers yourself. Because here's the funny thing about this matchup, guys. If English are late to longbows, HRE can destroy them with archers easily. The marching drills, it just gap closes so quickly. Stables in. Undermesh already being prepped. Remember, he gets it 50% faster and 50% cheaper. It'd be funny if Skybrain goes Mass Men-at-Arms. I'm curious to see if Horsemen with all pikes would beat that, though. That's an interesting experiment to think about. and then you add in some archers, so you get the coup de grace. You always kill the men-at-arms before they retreat. I don't know if I'd say that's a good strategy on Socotra, because men-at-arms don't have to run far to get healed, right? But like a standard Dry Arabia map, maybe. And guys, reminder, actually, I forgot to highlight this because it's been so long. There is no fish. The reason we're not getting docks, there is 0 fish here. The only reason you build a dock is strategically to block golds and harass the enemy gold in the back of the base. Or for transport ship shenanigans. And Scatterbrain, it's going to be a cav strat. Okay, so we've got heal versus DPS. Because these horsemen are just better. They'll have melee advantage in a big way. Because they can get 33% more damage than you on your horsemen. Well, timing-wise, definitely achievable because the melee tech's so cheap. But in the end, it'll only be 20% more damage. Because you'll eventually get your melee tech. Scatterbrain, definitely a little bit of maybe missed macro here, though. He's not gathering gold. He's got a lot of food. So it looks like he needs his second stables at this pacing. I know. He doesn't have many sheep, by the way. Oh, wow. He's down to 4 sheep. Yeah, with the buff gathering rate, he's going through that fast. He's already on berries. No pro scouts either, because this is not really a map you typically see it on. There's not much deer at all. No, there's a total of 20. And now he jumps in with the horseman. We'll stab at the overwhelmed ones here. He has started prepping archers, but so far Scatterbrain is only pony. Undermesh helping on the dive, but it's still killing him eventually. Yeah, so Anno, almost losing 2 horsemen. Only gets idle time out of that. And he is not forced Scatterbrain off of pony. Oh, hold on. He's going archers. So Anno is definitely looking to get spears out of his opponent. Now, Marching Draw archers can still beat longbows, but the problem here is the horseman count. Yeah, I'm not sure I like Anno's odds of a long feudal now. Because he doesn't have a boar advantage. And even if the boar is gone, Scatterbrain can safely gather in his base still. He's got 13 sheep. Not just that. If you can find a little bit of space here, English farms are ridiculously cheap. I know he's got additional prelates being prepped, so he's at least keeping his buff, but obviously over time that leads to villager loss. Because every time you build a prelate, there's a villager you haven't built. Second archer range, so he's massing longbows. How intriguing. I mean, Anno doesn't know about it, right? He's hiding in the back of his base here. All pikes is being prepped, though, so... This is the desirable. Like, technically, for Anatan, the best thing to do is just only have horsemen here, but because of a lack of food, that's not feasible. Like, you want to be just mass horsemen because it kills all of this. But he'd need a deer stack accessible, and... doesn't exactly look safe. The other problem now is, like, as your opponent gets more lombos out, the idea of coming out for food is much harder. Because if you then get fought over on the deer, your opponent can just use the lombos to target down the villagers. I'm getting a bad feeling about this, I know. Like, it's having that reek of English Socotra about it, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to say this game is over, but, like, you can very clearly see how this ramps up into an English win now. The onus is definitely on Anatan to find some sort of value kill. Scatterbrain always up in his face, though. I think you just have to say to hell with it and send it in. Like, if you can't find some kills soon, you're just going to run out of food stuff. So we'll start to march towards the base. Scatterbrain does get seen, so Anno knows that the horseman is the play. He's funnily enough switched into spearman, though. Okay, is this anticipation, though? Maybe the thought is like, he just saw longbows, so Scatterbrain won't want to build more, but you can see he's still committing. For good reason, too. The center of this map typically dictates the winner. If you just wall this, you cut the map in two, Lombos can't be flank attacked easily. And oi, horseman. He has got the full army coming out, villagers moving, and well, Scatterbrain does see that, so he knows where the economy now is. Now, this is where HRE is a bit of a blessing, because normally a Civ splitting the map like this a bit, if you guard the deer, you get dove on the gold and the wood. The nice thing is marching drills means that even your archers and spearmen can usually defend both quite well. Scatterbrained. He has got Stilled Arrow ready. Undermesh now coming. No Stilled Arrow for Anatan. So his archers are pretty irrelevant. Still, has the All Pikes. That's a really big deal here. Glad he didn't invest in more spears, though. It would have been complete waste. An All Pikes is nice, but you know what's just as nice? Attack speed buffer. 20% increase means the horsemen somewhat reflect a similar DPS, but Anno still has the edge for now. Continues to charge on in. Archer's looking for a trade out wherever they can find out the Lombos. But this is all about a horseman carry for Anatan, and it looks like they might just about break through the cav line. The question is whether they can keep on going. Yeah, Lombo's just getting the distance as best they can. A few horsemen left alive, and he won't get the break. No, the king just a bit too tanky. The attack speed a bit too good. Anatan has to tuck tail. And now you start to get a bit worried. Your army's not very big, and your economy is very exposed. Outpost going up will provide a bit of security. He's taking this opportunity to sneak out onto the berries. Yeah, this is very risky. Anatan is playing even wider, but he has no choice here. Scatterbrain, this is probably the most vulnerable he's going to be. Going into farms, but where most civs feel like going farms could kill them, for English, it's a chill vibe. Those farms, so cheap. And, well, game already called. It's a classic experience on Socotra. A game all about the early mids. And with mid control dominant for English, it will even up our series. No 4-0 to be had here. Scatterbrained, well played on the board, takes a game, shows us and reminds us why English is so good there. I don't feel like HRE is necessarily a full throwaway, but in some ways, because the interesting thing is, remember, after game 6, you can reuse a Civ that you lost with. So, although the HRE has been discarded for now, it could come back in as a clutch afterwards. Anything left? Yeah, dude, loads left. Best of 7 grand finals, baby. We've got at least 3 more games. Possibly more. And Calauga is next, and this is interesting. Scatterbrain got the Knights Templar. Jean response out of Anatan is interesting, though. Not your usual. Sometimes I feel like we just forget that Jean exists. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't get seen for ages, and then you're like, oh, yeah, Jean pick. Oh, yeah, that is a hero. That is a Civ. I totally forgot about him. So just double checking something. The nice thing about having loads of people respond to you about crap is, like, I'll have someone to do on my train travel into London. Oh, no, but, like, the problem is the dead zone's on the way where, like, I won't be able to get a clear signal. Couldn't H3 tower rush the center in Dark Age? No. Because if English had pulled their villages too, they'll just short bow you to death. Like, there's always been a classic one with, like, English versus a lot of civs. It's like, you're gambling that you pulled more villages and you pulled enough to win. But, like, you know, English can afford to really just pull all the workers at the start for the board because it's that good of a value play. Ever been a Mirror Civ tournament? There used to be Mirror Civ tournaments a lot when the game first came out, but then we got enough civs that it wasn't needed anymore, and most people just accepted it as boring because it just became small mistakes decided series, which wasn't very enjoyable. All right, this civ has got to lose. This cannot keep happening. Knights Templar makes it through again on Calauga. This civ has had bugged starts on this map twice, which should have put it at a disadvantage, and twice it has won. They can't keep getting away with this. One and all, welcome back to the grand finals between Scatterbrained and Anatan in our $20,000 esports circuit, the Midweek Muster. Anatan, we have not seen this against Knights Templar so far. We've seen Mongols, we've seen Japan. We have not seen Jean. What is he up to? He must have known this was coming. He saw the Knights Templar pick, and this map has been a bit clunky for Knights Templar. There's a weird bug that can happen on Kalauga, where because of the shoreline sacred sites, what sometimes happens is that pilgrims will walk over here, and when they reach water, they turn into a boat. But they'll turn into a boat and then turn back into a human, and then they'll walk to the other sacred site. Because this sacred site in that case is racist against Transformers, I guess. Either way, it's caused some very weird dynamics in Knights Templar where their timings are technically worse. You want to know the crazy part, folks? Despite their timings technically being worse, they still have destroyed all opponents this week on this map. And a nice start from Scatterbrained. He goes to the dock because when you play against Jean, you're not really worried about Dark Age Rush. It's very rare for her to do this. There used to be a build theory crafted, but it was very, very cheesy. If you guys remember, a long time ago, we used to get Jean outpost rushes. It felt more like a meme than a reliable thing, though, which is why people stopped doing it. Deer shoving now from Anos. Just getting the better gathering rates on both sides. Still scatter. He's going for double dock. So the good news for Anatan is he'll age up first. The bad news is you're playing a heavy cav civ. Not very good at dealing with buildings. So it's very difficult with this type of situation to deny the dock plays. Did we get predictions up? Let's see if anyone is feeling crazy. Yo, 67% for Anatan. Okay, so people really do believe that Anno's cooking something here. I'm curious too. Knights Templar have just been looking so strong. At least when there's food on water involved. I'm expecting Hospitaller this game. Kingdom of France is like, okay, your opponent has better French knights, you have worse. You really want to do this. Whereas Hospitaller gives you an easier way of running away from Jean and the knights. It also makes it harder for them to get kills. Remember, Hospitaller is really annoying for French knights because French knights normally two-hit workers. But if you go for the Hospitaller, you get an extra health pool of 15, meaning that the knights would need a third strike. It also means if Anatan goes for range Jean, they'd have to hit you 5 times before using their active ability to snipe you. And, you know, at this level of play, we like to believe that someone's going to notice they're being attacked by Jean before the 5th hit. You'd hope. Sheep haul is fairly even, by the way. Yeah, we've got 7 Johns and 3 sheep, aka we've got 9 sheep versus 8. This is because the sheep on this map typically just spawn around your base. You pick them up quickly, and then you're done. Yeah, Caillou has been a really big fan of this, and has continued to grow in that regard. And honestly, I think it's a good thing. I think the RNG of sheep has continuously become a bigger and bigger negative for the pro level of play. Nobody wants to see a game decided because someone got no sheep. It's actually a big part of why you can't necessarily nerf Pro Scouts further right now, because until it gets addressed on the primary maps, if you nerf Pro Scouts further, like, people just have no backup options. They'd just be GGing at 8 minutes because they don't have sheep. Now, that's not to say we don't still get games decided by sheep haul, but I would say since the Pro Scout meta, we probably had, on average, per patch, easily less games that have been GG'd out because someone ran out of sheep than we had before. And that's because a lot of civs can just choose Pro Scouts as the primary or backup plan. The outpost coming up from Scatterbrained makes sense with the Ford Gold. First Knights are already on the way. Anatan is just going to sneak around onto the east side, so he's looking towards that tree line. We do already have the first spearman queued up for Scatterbrained, so should be able to defend himself in time. What changed before Pro Scouts? Before Pro Scouts, we were basically like in a 2TC meta. Like, you know, Pro Scouts, some things of it about it feel bad, but one thing I will highlight that was good about it is like it booted us out of a 2TC meta. And although everyone going pro scouts can get kind of lame, and especially at its peak, it still felt better than everyone just 2TCing. 2 town center meta was worse than pro scouts. I think sometimes we have short memories about that. The Anatan Archer's already in the way. Scatterbrain is going to like that, though. Knights Templar play... Wait, what? I was about to say they play Archers really well, but is he going 2TC? That's crazy. Against a Jean all-in. Meta was definitely not 2TC before Pro Scouts. Wasn't the most dominant Civ, or one of the most dominant before Pro Scouts meta in Season 9 or 8? English with 2TC every game. And then I think a season or 2 before that, like every Civ was 2TCing. Not for every Civ. I mean, sure, but like you can... Okay, but like but that logic, you could say that it's not a Pro Scout meta currently because English doesn't Pro Scout. Or like there's 2 seasons ago, it's not a Pro Scout meta because English don't 2TC. Don't Pro Scout rather. But like it was a Pro Scout meta because Pro Scouts won. Right? That's the point I'm making. Every Civ might not have done it, but Civs that didn't do it felt disadvantaged. Heavily disadvantaged. That's how I define a meta. Not everyone does it. But every Civ feels like they have to think about it or do it. Oh, this is weird, man. The stone, I think, in the end was just for emplacements. Thank goodness. But that feels pretty bad. Like, if you were just doing emplacements, to have to invest in mining camp can feel quite wasteful there. So it does at least get the wall up. This is a really annoying way to split the map for Anatan. Because now he has to full circle rotate back past the tree line, all the way wide of the outpost, and then round to the other side to try and block things like gold and deer. It's a great read there by Scatterbrain. Now, unfortunately, one problem he's going to have here is when this breaks, there's a sneak through point. Because fun little detail about Kalauga intentionally spawns your tree lines slightly out of range of the town center so that you can actually be rotated on there. I don't think they should change back the deer shove mechanic. I think the deer shove mechanic kind of had to go. Honestly, what they need to do is just add new food types to AoE for. That's what we really need. I'll be real about it. I'll be quite disappointed if when the DLC drops, we haven't got like a new food type in the game. I think it's sorely needed at this point. For map variety and also just like different dynamics and balancing choices. An Angevin Empire on the way. A logical choice up against Jean. Mass Knights meets Mass Heavy Spears. Yeah, like this can be really frustrating. Like you have nothing in your comp to truly counter Heavy Spears. And Scatterbrain. Another nice thing about playing Knights Templar, when the going gets rough, find a tree line in the corner, hide behind it and chop. Don't even need a lumber camp. The tech up complete. I think Anno preferably wants to follow Age up here. Which feels bad. Like, you know, if you're going to Age second, you want to do some damage. The problem, though, is, like, can you do damage against Heavy Spears? This is interesting, however. He has got Pro Scouts coming through. Yeah. Wasn't really expecting Pro Scout play. He is also going to get to deny the dock at this rate. There's no demo ship play coming in. It is so hard to get rid of these when Angevin's chosen, by the way. Look at the extra health. 525 extra HP to burn through. But, I mean, Scatterbrain, 2's got about probably 6 or 7 Heavy Spears. Probably won't want to come out and contest. Especially if he doesn't have Undermesh yet. There's a risk your opponent might get the increased damage on the archers to do 2 instead of 1. I like that. He basically just sacks the archers to keep the spearmen away. Sets the dock on fire, baits the first spearman out, and because he's attacking an archer, he didn't brace for the knight. Still, there is a counter-offensive. Anatan's gold now going idle, has to shift to the backside. So many pings. You've seen this minimap right now? It's just everywhere. Poke, poke, poke all across the place. Doc is going to end up getting sacked. Scatterbrain will just try and flee with the fishing boats to come back later. I mean, he's blocked the forward goal, but he knows there's a back one. So this hasn't stopped Anno yet. These heavy spears are just so ridiculous, though. 140 HP, 4 ranged armor. Almost as tanky as men-at-arms, but they don't get counted by knights like men-at-arms would. So Anna's going to have to answer it soon. Archers can peel off to try and deal with the fishing boats. Great identification there. Even has Jean nearby to just farm a bit of XP. Scatterbrain's going to move away before that gets bad. It's getting bad for Anno elsewhere. Worker kills now coming through. Backside gold. Nice to be able to sweep through that. The next wave is the scariest one for Anno. If he can survive this with a decent-sized army, he can think about aging. But you now got 10 heavy spears on the way to your base. You have at least denied one side of fishing. The other side is going to take a while. What else can you add? Maybe wild cow. You can add apple trees. You could add herds of animals that run around in a patrol circle on the map. You can add in, so you could that would be like bison or something. You could add, or zebra or whatever. You could add in chicken. There's loads of things you could add to the game. This is a bad fight right now for Scout. Oh my god. Oh my god. He trickled in. He kept some spears at home. He just ran out of food underneath his TC. Unbelievable. The Angevin flops against the Knights. And Knights Templar, for the first time on this map this week, can be killed. With Jean. How many people remember Jean? Everyone always forgets Billie Jeans. They can lose? I didn't realize that was in their programming. Anno now in the lead. 2-1 up. Very well played by Anna Chad. Heavy spears are not it. I think the problem is like he was in such a rush to stop an age up or something, he was trickling them in. And that's where knights will just screw you over. Because like if there's 3 knights and you brace, you stop one knight and the other 2 collide with you. And that, remember, like with the lance damage, plus a club of a follow-up, that's 2/3 of your health gone on a heavy spear. You die really fast like that. Okay, so next up is Cliffside. Oh, God. Guys, I think it's going to be 3-1. What do you think the most oppressive and powerful pick on Cliffside is? I mean, don't look closely at the screen. We've already put it up. If you had to, like, without looking at the screen, if you just type someone in. The answer is Lancaster. Right now, I think Lancaster is the scariest civ on Cliffside. The Abbey of Kings build on that type of map distance, like, closes in so fast. It's suffocating. We've seen so many players fall victim to this. You guys remember the me and Micah B game? Where me and Micah just ran him out of town and B was playing Shushi. I do think Shushi's maybe a little bit overrated on Cliffside. I've seen quite a few picks there. It used to be good for the Chuganu timing, but now it being about pro scouts is very different, I think. Sorry, just double checking something. Whole scary on most land maps? Yeah, but in particular, it's the short land maps. Because like they reach your base so quickly. And then they can even pull back to heal. Which makes it even more painful. Just really, really rough. Alright, let's get ready to go. This has to be the most toxic civ on Cliffside right now. Lancaster. These guys are absolute beasts here. The Abbey of Kings Lord build has been demolishing the best players in the game, and even they struggle to come up with a true answer. Let's see if Scatterbrained, on his best week ever in our $20,000 esports circuit, can get that answer with the deli. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 4 here. And you are seeing that correctly. Scatterbrained, definitely no slouch. He's got a game on the board. He also was able to beat Recon 3-1 to get here, and Voldemar 3-1. So this is definitely no pushover of a player. Scatterbrained has had a good week, but this will be the tallest order of all. Deli, they get a good spawn. Triple Sacred Site, condensed. The gods may be in his favor yet. Nanatand, it is going to begin in the Dark Age with the aggro. This is a pretty rough matchup, honestly, on this map for almost any Civ. Even like the most dominant Civs, I think Lancaster's been looking really good. The problem is that the Lords are too tanky with too much damage and providing an aura. One of those things has to go. I'd say the damage. I think that the Lords should be tanky because I actually think these commander units are really underwhelming when they're too easy to snipe, especially when they're melee. I think their health needs to be there, obviously, because of that, and the damage, the health increase is the core component. The damage needs to go down on them, because we're probably going to see the Abbey of Kings again in this game. I don't remember the last time I saw Lancaster Castle on this map. It's just such a short distance that it makes Abbey of Kings really good, to the point that because your lords are so tanky, they can even just head home and heal. And this Spearman opening looks weird, right? Like, against Delhi, you think this is bad, but for Lancaster, it's pretty good. For a start, you get more food than any other Civ of a sheep at the start of the game, bar HRE, because of your buff gathering rate by default. That allows you to pump the Spearman. And the trade-off is now you force Scatterbrained to skew his economy. Instead of balancing food and gold to perfectly tech up, he has to rush gold, and oh my god, he loses a worker? That's really bad. That shouldn't be happening. The triple spears. One worker kill at 2.5 minutes in is a disaster. To make matters worse, Scatterbrained now is in a position where he only has enough gold for an age up. Dome of Faith looks terrible here. And I think Anatan knows that he's likely forced his fellow Belarusian into Tower of Victory, which isn't a bad thing here for Delhi, for House of Lancaster rather. You know, then your opponent's probably thinking Archer Spears. Well, great, I can just go Spear Hobbler and be pretty content. I'd be shocked if he goes Dome of Faith. I think in this type of position, it makes you really... Yeah, okay. He doesn't want to be without the scholars, but this is going to make you really slow now. That's kind of disgusting as well. Look at the timing. That villager kill is only now starting to realize the difference, right? Like, it's the idle time from the pull. Also, remember that scholar being there means that he's missing some key techs like Piety, etc. a little bit earlier in the game. Even loses the mining camp, which makes this even worse, because now if you're going Dome of Faith, you need to get gold. So that's now 50 extra wood down the drain. Yeah. Fair to say this spear rush most definitely paid off. D-rush is good versus Delhi. It's weird because it shouldn't be good because of the healing. But by delaying some of the tech timings on the scholar, and then also delaying the initial scholars, it can be of value for civs that want to build spears in the second age. And in fairness, when you play against Delhi, you do get a lot of legitimacy towards building spears, because Delhi players all want the same thing. Ghazi. Stone gathering begins. Anatan is going to be prepping to go straight into those manors. I still can't believe he got that worker kill. I mean, it's the weirdness of pathing when gold's involved. So another thing that's making Dark Age rushes pretty good at the moment is actually the really bad pathing on gold. Apparently, this is not just AoE4. This is kind of just historically an Age of Empires thing. There's something about pathfinding specifically around gold veins that's always done weird. But we've seen it so many times where a villager will run all the way around to try and escape. Or Seek Shelter will send them all the way around. So you're pretty much running into the spearmen. So a little bit of a tip, if you're facing a lot of Dark Age rushes, when you're harassed on the gold and gathering it, make sure you manually micro your villages with great care. Because it's so easy, even for pros, to end up wrapping around and losing one or two. It begins. First Lord, of course, queued for free. First mana coming in. Second Lord should just be straight behind this. This is the issue. Is like, because these guys are tanky and do so much damage, there really isn't many situations where you wouldn't want to just immediately build 4 lords. And that is a design problem. They're too impactful if that's the way it functions. Interesting that he builds an extra spear. Because it's pretty obvious he's going lords, right? So maybe Anatan's trying to fake it out. I just don't see the value in that. In fairness, you know, it is Ghazi, so like spamming 4 lords, like Ghazi could micro you down. Maybe that's his concern. Yeah, I like how I'm like, I see no reason not to build lords and he's just not doing it. I think it's specifically the Ghazi. If this was like standard pony civ, you just spam 4 lords straight away. But against Ghazi, remember, they get +2 damage. They get the +2 damage against heavy. They do trade better against lords specifically. Yeah, very interesting that he's just not building additional. Because he's definitely floating the gold for it. Unless this is just a different build where he's prioritizing manas, which is kind of cool. We don't see that too often in this style anyway. Like, normally you just get the lords anyway because they're so cost efficient for what they can do. Like, they're definitely not cheap at 160 resources, but they are worth it for their impact at the start of the game. But it could be that he's scaling gold to get the level 2 mana unlock, which is 275 gold. Good intercept. Gets on the spearman. Scatbrain letting us know this is not over just yet. And it will be the archer follow-up now. So, are we at Hobbler point? We are. And that's when you want those lords. Yeah, so this should just now be, what, maximum lords coming out. He's got the gold for it, and then you start investing hobblers. Because remember, Hobbler, when you have the lords with them, they basically get the health of standard horsemen. All right, they go from 100 health to 120. Standard horseman's 125. Meanwhile, you're paying 90 resources for Hobbler. Standard civs pay 120. It's insane. And the thing that really gets slept on is the attack speed difference. Like, yes, these Hobbler don't hit as hard. They attack 0.25 seconds quicker. Their animation, have you guys ever watched Hobbler attack very closely? It feels so smooth, like you're gliding as you fight. There's something so nice about attack moving with Hobbler. Triple staples. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Usually 2's enough. Because in some matchups you're thinking about Yeoman, but not this one, right? Like, you're against a premium light cav civ. Yeoman's probably the last thing in your mind, unless you see a lot of spears. Scatbrain. There'll be a dive in. A little bit of poke here. Workers have to pull away. Nice kill there. SB able to get a worker kill on the board. It's going to cost him another Ghazi for it. Anatan just gets a firm reminder, be careful, mate. I'm not that easy. Sanctity has teched in, right? So we should be seeing this as an objective soon, but very scary if you don't have clear military advantage, which Scatterbrain doesn't. Especially now that it's 4 lords in the field. I think the other thing that's annoying when you play against lords in this build, Anno's pretty much just got a monkey noise A-click build, whereas you're going to have to be very specific when you're targeting with your archers. Otherwise, you just get bogged down on basically a men-at-arms. We still don't have a scholar pool, by the way. Yeah, I don't think he wants to sacrifice the production rates. Then again, he's not using it right now. And oh, Hobbler! They're going to find one. Free kill. Workers get idled out. And War's coming in. Like, Scatbrain, I think he's just really worried about even losing a single scholar here. He was waiting to see where this Hobbler were. He now knows they're on the back, but I don't feel like that reassures you to go for a sacred site. You're like, okay, I could get sandwiched here if I do that. He's clearly worried about like this convergence from north and south. Quite rightly should be. Anatan up to 15 Hobbler already. And you know what? He's going for those yeomen. I wasn't sure we'd get it this game. Maybe he's worried there's more spear than there are, but it's going to work out for him because Scatterbrain just queued up another 3. Hey, look at this rotation. Oh, he's going to poke both at the same. Here we go. Jumps in on the gold. No textiles either. Scatterbrain, quick reaction though. Does pull away just in time. It's a full select and send. And well, even if he doesn't get the workers, he can get the archers. Yeah, the spearmen are just oddly positioned now. Gaziar arrive and that will force a retreat. Second wave is marching over. Anatan just needs to kind of bring the troops together now. Walls are up. Not fully. Scholar's going to try to creep away. Anatan, I think he saw that. Would have seen the direction roughly, but doesn't know for sure. Have to back away here. Remember, he's only got 1 yeoman so far. Hobbler. That's some weird pathing again on the outcroppings, man. Every time with these things. Always the annoying thing with Delhi, their ability to build walls with their infantry. You Hobbler going to lead the charge alongside the spearman. Kind of a weird fight, but you can see that Anatan, he was trying to creep in the back. Unable to do so. And he just needs to be careful. Has got the stealth forest. Nicely played there. So he kept chasing until he had control of this, so that he couldn't be killed on the retreat. Still, I know. I mean, at this stage, direct military, good for him because the scholar count, right? But it is a bit worrisome. These Hobbler are worth less than the Ghazi for sure. But wait a second. It happened again. Oh my god. Scatterbrain, he didn't realize. He still doesn't. What? I know. This trickle raid. Just a few troopers. The damage done. That is an absurd lead. 33% more raw economy on workers. The idle time on top of it. I know, may have sacrificed the troops in the main engagement, but not really that much. A comparative military count, but now manners plus a 10 worker lead, and mass yeoman is now the go-to orientation for Anatan. Sacred Site's also just being decapped. Man, he was waiting for this moment. Anatan, pristine execution there. Just biding his time, waiting for that moment when he knew the Sacred Sites had to be on the agenda, and using that key detail against Scatterbrain. Did someone question my maths and then get proven wrong? That right there is a sub penalty, mate. How dare you? Scatterbrain know what he's running into? He's about to find out. Yeah, full composition gets revealed. He knew there was some yeomen earlier, but maybe not this many. There's not many spears. This is going to be a difficult hold. Scatterbrain steps up. He needs these Sacred Sites to contest now. The melee mosh pit begins. It's the 20% more health, though. You just can't kill quick enough. Military count still looks even, but it's deceptive. 10 scholars means you got barely any firepower and no hope at all. Once again, Lancaster is the boogeyman of Cliffside. Freaking Civ, man. I think that build is just so, like, whenever, if I see Lancaster lose on that map, it feels like the other player has to hard outplay. I'm trying to think if there's a clear counter Civ for that map. Most just seem to fall victim to the same build. All right. Mali versus Ottomans. It's going to be good for... Used to be good for Otto, but I think with the new outpost builds, Mali's okay. I think it's going to be on Dry Arabia. Like, Ottoman's just been looking better and better. Guys, be right back. I need to get some more water. I'll be back in a sec, okay? I'll run ads now so you guys don't get them in-game. But also, you know, subscribe to the channel. I'll run 2 minutes ads. Be right back, 1 sec. All right. Look at that. Great timing. Why am I dressed like an elder from... Wait, what? Huh? What are you about? What are you talking about, Willis? Big elephant fan. Unwilling elephant fan. It got forced on me. The elephant ways. I've seen some stuff. Won't have to see it this time, though. Delhi already got crapped on. Okay, let's flip this around. Oh ho ho! People aren't sure. The gamblers don't know where they want to go in this one. It used to be, once upon a time, Ottomans could roll over Malians with a good old outpost rush. But things have been changing, folks. Welcome back to Grand Finals Showdown. Game number 5. Anatand in the yellow is the Ottomans on match point. Scatterbrained needs to do some catching up fast. He trusts in the Malians, his fate with them. Could he do it? Could he still do a first for himself? Become a champion for the first time on Midweek Muster? Or is it another one of what feels like a never-ending list of Midweek Muster accolades for Anachad? He's definitely starting off aggressively. A Dark Age rush opening from the Ottomans. Scatterbrained, he's already left the space. He knows it's coming. It is going to be an outpost drop. Afford gold, yes, but he should be able to guard this. My concern is, like, could Anatan just... Is there ever value in an outpost rush here? Probably not. But you should be able to block the additional gold veins and force an archer commitment, which is pretty good. Like, the thing about this this rush of Spearmen, it still has value for Otto because they are a premium light cav civ. The reason it has value is if you force your opponent to go into archers, then your Sipahi follow-up play gets more value. And final predictions are starting to come in now. 73% for Anno. You know, I'm thinking about it. Like, we have not had a big patch in a long time. And I don't know if we're going to get one when the new civs come out. Because I was just thinking, in some ways, the game innovated itself like this outpost to block the rush from Malians. But in other ways, like, I wonder if the civs are going to evolve that much when the new civs get dropped. Some habitually will have to due to, like, the balancing of new civs. But I wonder if we'll just have some that will be left in the dust entirely. Because I'm assuming they're not going to update the old civs. Just courtesy of the fact, like, if you change a bunch of things with old civs and then introduce new civs, it's very hard to gauge what needs to be balanced because you've changed way too much at once, sort of thing, right? Like, iterative development is the name of the game, and you want to iterate over time, not all at once. This is a little bit weird, though. Scatterbrain. Okay. Just kind of standing there. I mean, in fairness for Anno, like, the Spearmen, they don't have much more value right now. So just trying to idle out the food gathering isn't a bad idea. As that's always going to be the thing that mines are waiting on. Because the pit mine, they always end up with enough gold. So he achieved it. Like, look at the timing. Minimum Madrasa started first. Manticore has got 6, so... Considering the delay, I'd say Scatterbrain probably going to be first to feudal by 2 or 3 seconds, maybe. Maximum 5, I'd expect. Yeah, 6 shows urgency, though. Normally, you do between, like, 4 and 6 when you use Mali for Manticore. 6 is you saying, I need out of this now. I think another thing that kind of devalued the Dark Age rushes against Malians is that Mali players discovered that having to build archers isn't the end of the world in a lot of matchups. In a lot of matchups, going archers is really good because archer Sofa is what you want to have when you get into the mid-late game anyway, right? It's the preference. So being forced to scale it earlier, if it's justifiable, can actually be a really good thing. Now that is interesting. Additional Spearmen being pumped out. Okay. But you've, like... You haven't got an outpost coming. He must really want an archer commitment. 5 spearmen now? Also, just pretty much sacking them. 3 of them almost dead. Leads me to believe we're probably looking at an opening imam point. Because otherwise, why would you do this to every single one of your spearmen? Like, the only reason you would trade the health bar for idle time here, like this anyway, is because he's going to be opening with the healers. Moving on to the tree line, Scatterbrained chooses the ranch first. Yeah, so it looks like Scatterbrained, I guess he's thinking about just waiting on a transition. He wants to see what the true goal is of Anatand. So he takes his greed off of his wood instead. That's a lot of space. Wait, what? Okay, 100% this has to be a man. Has he got enough sheep for it? No. It's got 4 sheep. I don't know if you... You can play deer though, right? Like, if your opponent's not aggroing, then you just go into deer. Moment of truth. And it is the imams. There you go. Now, Madrissa's also going to... Ah, there you go. He chooses the berries. So Madrissa plus the berries, that's going to just tide him over towards the second point, which will likely be the Anatolian Hills that gives you 10 sheep. But this is kind of cool. So he's... Okay, that's sick. His goal will essentially be to just sit on the edge here with the imams, put the spearmen in and have them burn while he heals them. He is going to need more now, though, because, like, cool theory if you can get in Dark Age, but in Feudal, it means your opponent's going to have archers as well. Second pit mine has been scouted. And there's the Sipahi wave. Stables coming in. Not double stables play, just a solo. For now, anyway. Yeah, he's really gone out of his way to try and bait a big investment into archers. Spearman, love this. He's trying to surround that one worker before he pounces on him like a pack of hyenas. He giggles to himself about it. Worker will be able to scurry past, but that does mean now all those injured spearmen are going to be going down. Yeah, so I know, without getting the worker kill, this feels pretty bad. Maybe you can intercept the second wave. -3 spearmen. You only force a bit of idle time. He has got the second wave coming in now. Tricky part, though, is like it's already 4 archers. That's 40 damage per round of attacks. So you should get out DPS compared to your healing. Scatterbrain will just walk away. Spearman comes in. I mean, it's going to be a hard attempt at a kill. Won't be able to do it. If the scout had just been there. Body blocks now, though. Love this. If the archer count goes too high, then the imams can't participate. So cool little play there by Anatan to try and get value. What a funky build, though. I just really wasn't expecting this many spears. In theory, it's meant to keep your opponent off the sofa, but apparently Scatbrain didn't get the memo. He's building sofa anyway. I can't really blame him after he kills that many spearmen. Wall's now going up. It's going to make this a lot harder for Anno. He has to keep pressure going. Spearmen, at the point they're getting 2 hit kills. This is looking pretty rough. I think there's a big growing risk that Sofa will flood him. And the Imams now at risk themselves. Uh-oh. He doesn't have the Sipahi. That's going to be -1 Imam. On the upside right now. Second one can't be seen. He has to turn around to protect. Spearman, scare away the Sofa. Sipahi jump on the archers. Spearman will finish off that first heavy cav. But still, Anno has already paid a big price here, losing one of the healers. Donzo now coming out from Scatterbrain. We don't have an archer transition yet from Anatan. It's just double stables. This is rough. I think probably Anatan now just runs the Imam home, uses him as like an Abbey of Kings effect. Actually, no, he's going to keep him out here. I guess if you hide him off to the flanks, it's not a bad idea. But basically, you don't want this guy in the fight. If he goes down, you can never recuperate. And because your opponent's going Donzos, you're going to need to find breathing room to heal the Sipahi that are inevitably going to get a giant spear to the face. Sapahi going for pit mine. We only have one military school so far, right? And no, none. So no passive scaling. I know has played out onto the deer on both flanks. I like this. He needs the better gathering rate. Scatterbrained already up to 5 cow. 4 of them garrisoned. Make it 5. I'm not sure if Scatterbrain saw where the Imam went. That's really important, actually. If he doesn't get eyeballs on this soon, it means that Anno can just keep forwarding into him over and over again. And it will get stronger, right? When he's full HP and the meta's coming through, that's when the game gets a bit dicey for Scatter. What he really wants here is to scale Donzo count to the point that he can one-hit kill the Sapahi. Which I believe is typically 14 damage. I'd say about 15 should keep you safe. Because you're going to lose 2 damage per strike, so you do 12 damage. So yeah, about like 15 Donzos is the count you're looking for to insta-kill Sapahi every 15 seconds. Got to make sure you click on them specifically, though. Because if you A-click, they're going to spread their damage, which is really bad against AoE heal. Good timing. He's going to start poking. I mean, there is a cat right here. But, like, you don't want to go in here, because then you can get cut off on the retreat. He doesn't know if there's another wall behind us, right? Like, we have God Vision, we can see there isn't. But for him, he just sees the barren fog. I don't know, now it's time to save up some resources. Not many on gold, though, so I'm not expecting a castle play. Not yet, anyway. And it would get delayed further by this. We've got Sofa sneaking around the back of the base. It would be a big win if he can just deny one of these pit mines at least. He needs to slow this down somehow because Scatterbrain has one idea in his mind. Yeah, this boy's saving the castle. Which is pretty smart, pretty logical. The problem is when you play against Mali, or when you play against Almonds rather, if they get the supply count too high, it's a winning comp for Feudal for sure. The thing you have to remember about the meta is outside of the percentage damage, every other armor option is better in Feudal than any other age. Because you're getting +2 melee armor at a point in the game where that makes up, 20% of DPS. If you wait later in the game, those techs, those toggles lose value because the damage values are already higher. So you're mitigating a smaller percentage as the game goes on. That's always, I think, to a certain degree, been the weird thing about Castle Imperial melee techs in particular, is as you go deeper in the game, the percentage removal just gets worse and worse, right? Which is why we normally only see civs prioritize it that have percentile scalers. For example, Japan loves their melee techs because they have bannermen as well. Spy intercept. They are very, 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 very slightly quicker, but not quick enough. Fulani coming in. Now, Anatan isn't going to be too far behind on his own age up timing, but fair to say he's in a bit of a rough position here. He doesn't have any military schools whatsoever. He only has one Imam to position for relic straight away. And Scatterbrain's Fulani is already half full. Dare I say we're getting a game number 6. I mean, the current position of him does look pretty good here. Keeps coming back like a rash you can't get rid of. The Sipahi are going to be quite good until imported armors, by the way. We don't even have veterancy for Sophie yet. Did Scatterbrain forget? You'd think you want to just queue it up early. Like, some players prefer to wait until they've got 6 or 7 Sofa and then do it. But, like, right now, he's just holding resources. Something's gone wrong. Yeah, idle time in the back as a single Sipahi creeps in. And I love that. Just peels away. The idle time is worth more than just getting 1 kill and dying. Looks at it again. Now, he also gets free information. He knows that Scatterbrain is looking for relics. But I know. Now looking for castle. He's ready to go. Mehmed Imperial Armory is on the way. Spahi at least gets taken out. These are veteran Donzos, so you don't really want to be anywhere near them at this stage. Spahi will melt that damage. Took about 14 range damage before. Now it sits at 17. Don't get me started if they get melee hit. But oh, wait, Scatbrained! Forza scared again! He doesn't notice it! No, because the archers are contesting him. The Donzos have to be microed away. And this could be what loses Scatterbrain the game. He has to notice soon. The only upside is Anatan. Fortitude's on cooldown now. But the damage is unreal. Free Sapahi to win a game. A winning position for sure. 10 workers ahead now. Villagers will run out. But technically, Anatan could have ended him there if he sent the army north. Maybe he wasn't expecting to run out like that. Come on! He can't keep getting away with this. Another worker kill. He may be later to Castle Age, but he's not behind. No, remains competitive. The Fulani is at least going to pad Scatterbrained. But remember, at this stage, the passive production really starts to ramp up for Ottomans. The extra military schools, the Mehmed. Should have good position on the map as well to try and extract some relics. First one now picked up. Love this. Straight into Springolds. This is against Donzo Archers. Archers can dodge the mango shots quite well at high levels, so like Springolds are just more reliable. The Donzos is your big threat factor. Like, I think nowadays with Sapai being the primary focus, Mangonels is a really big bait because you're just double downing on anti-ranged at that point. It feels a lot better to just cover yourself against spear spam. I know, Creeping Berries unnoticed. Scatterbrain's going straight for the main base, but this is taking time, man. Veterancy is only 20 seconds away. The night count is soon to look good here. Triple stables to get the boys out. So if we're going to start diving in, they do have imported armors. Ranged armor is the priority for Anatan. Veterancy's about to kick in. There we go. They pop through. Sapahi going to be there. The archer upgrade. Springald. One of them just in this choke point. Beautiful. The archers aren't target firing them down either. And that AoE heal matters a lot. Oh boy, Scatterbrained. He looks overextended. Similar military counts on the top of the chart, but not in the base. No, Scatterbrained is completely out of position with the archers. And the Sapahi jump on in. Fortitude activated already for the chase. He's sacking Sofa just to try and get the Archer Ball away from this. Anatan, now unshackled, a beast to be respected. He's ready to go Imperial. When was the last time you got these good old builds? A lot of people tend to hang around the castle, but this is going to be 18-minute imp trigger. What? Dog, you have no military schools. Why are we going imp? Wait, what? He has got 0 military schools. He's only got the Mehmed Imperial Armory. Ottoman Imperial Age with 0 military schools. I did not have that on the bingo card today. Oh my good god. I mean, hey, when the resources are just sitting there, right? Unbelievable. Scatterbrain, I would pay to see his face when this tech up comes through. Despite the raid, Scat shouldn't have been such a hurry to push. His position was pretty damning. I think better for him would have been to focus on the relics instead of diving choke points like that. But from his POV, like his opponent doesn't have veterancy yet, so he wants to take advantage. The problem is it's just such a long chase to get into the base. I think probably what would have served Scat better is the Sofa checking the flanks, probably. And then just following up onto relics, but man, instead, Anatan already has 1 home. He's guarding for the other 2 now. Dive coming through the military. He found it. Yeah, but it's only 5 Sofa. This looks so scuffed, man. It's Imperial Age with 0 military schools. So he's trying to fix that problem in a rush. And like the other thing is Scatterbrain, like he ran all his Donzos in a line into the Springle, didn't deal with it at all. Had archers nearby that could have killed it, didn't kill it. Right, like he kind of just had all units attacking all the wrong things. I don't know. What do you do here? You've got one good attempt at an attack and then you're dead. And now you're up against Istanbul Observatory production rates. He gets a Sipahi every almost a minute. Yeah, look at that, minute and 10 seconds to get these out. You don't have time on your side. The only upside is that right now, Anatan, because he rushed this, he can't afford elite decks. Springolds, man. Decent DPS into the archers. Oh my god, what just happened to the Sofa's health? One touch from the spears is all it takes. This begins to look incredibly ugly. Scatterbrain does have numbers on his side. Was Anatan a bit too greedy? He's got elite queued up. I mean, the problem here is like the Sipahi are going to get replaced fairly quick. It's 4 military schools. Ay, ay, ay. Lancer Wave coming forward as well. Poison Arrows is there, so they're not the best at defending against these archers. The Skrill's just once again being ignored. He finally target fires them down. But where's the other wave of Sofa? They're coming in now. Slowly. But maybe too slowly? I mean, there's barely anything left of Anna at this stage. Just a bunch of bodies on the floor. But the Sipahi are going to be unleashed soon. Elite tech in 20 seconds. This is such a weird Ottoman game, man. I mean, sure, a year plus ago, this is what they do, but when do you ever see military schools having to be rushed up with the Imperial Age like this? Archers now being intercepted, so he just ignores the Sofa. And the Janissary pull! Of course! This whole time, he was just sitting on it, waiting to pull the trigger. And that might be the most definitive Janny pull you'll see all year. I mean, it just cleaned up what a little hope the Sofa had. Now the Sipahi can get rid of all archers. That means you then just got guns staring at these Sofa, waiting to end their life and end their existence. As Anatan will end Belarusian's Scatterbrain's hope of coming out victorious. Yeah, he had to slay his brother, but he will do it all the same. We will not be writing a new name on that virtual trophy. Anatan does it again, and he does it in the weirdest way possible. Fast imp into mass military school. Credit and props for the style at the end of the grand finals. I was struggling with the word Belarus there. Belarus, Belarusian. Oh my god. Right. So that does mean that Anatan is once again our champion. He has won the best of 7. Big props, big congrats to Anatan on another win, another notch in his belt. We will be taking a break tomorrow. So I'm going to be in London. I've got an event to attend, so I will not be streaming tomorrow. KPMM does begin. Don't worry. No break week. So next stream from me will be on Monday. I'll probably be on EGC on Sunday. I believe is what we're aiming for. And then I will cast the third place match between Recon and B on Monday alongside a bunch of our like round of 16 series. So back on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We should be back at it week after week. I'm going to be having I might actually we might try and do a variety stream next week on Friday, later on in the day when Battlefield comes out. Maybe. We'll see. I had a lot of fun with the beta. And also, I can shuffle my tie and say easily the best KDA Age of Empires 4 creator you will find in the Battlefield directory if we do it. What can I say? I'm so humble. But guys, I'm going to get ready to end the stream. So YouTube, Kick, TikTok, thank you for watching. Make sure you follow. Make sure you clicked on all those socials. And I'll hopefully see you on Monday